Mayor, you could start.
Missing Christie? Where? I don't see her, right? All right, there's only 4 of us.
Quorum.
So no.
Mark,
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the regular Board of Trustee meeting for Tuesday, October 13th, 2020. Trustee DeRozzi is excused for tonight's meeting. Is there a motion to open the meeting? Trustee Sullivan, second Trustee Patino, all in favor? The meeting is officially opened. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance.
to the flag of the United States of America and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As I've done every meeting since the meetings have gone virtually, I would want to note that the instructions on how to view the meeting are on our website, aren't included in the agenda, but I will go over that again so that to remind people, because we are having a public hearing and for courtesy of the floor. Instructions for the public hearing and courtesy of the floor. If you are participating via Zoom, either by phone or video, you can raise your hand and we will call on residents in the order in which they do so. In order to raise your hand, you should click on the icon labeled participants and a column appears on the right-hand side. At the bottom of that window is the raise your hand button. For people calling in by phone, you can push *9 in order to raise your hands. We will let you know it is your turn by calling either your name or your phone number. The instructions on how to view the meeting are, as I said, have been posted online. They're being streamed live on the village's YouTube website and via Zoom, and are available by either video or phone. Okay. Our first item is the public hearing. So I'd like to take a motion to open the continuation of public hearing for review of the application of 100 Main Street. Is there a motion? Trustee Nell, second Deputy Mayor Cassell, all in favor? Public hearing is now open. Jen, is anyone here to speak on that? There's Patty. So you want to make Patty?
Yes, Patty, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
And do you want me to share the screen?
You going to show us the view without the trees? Is that what you're going to show us?
Well, I wish it were all that simple. We have that. You also asked me at the last meeting to see what we could do about making the 4th floor closer to being 50% of the 3rd floor. I believe there were some recommendations that we could look at enlarging the 3rd floor, reducing the 4th floor to try and get it to work. And we've done that. We submitted drawings for that to you that you should have received. And I think that's the other thing that we need to talk about tonight. But that's
Okay.
really, that's fully within your guys' purview of how you'd want to handle it.
Okay, show us your screen. Share your screen.
Okay, let's see. Okay, where is PowerPoint? And then, allows Zoom. Can you see anything?
No,
No.
No, that's not good. So you're not able to see the screen?
no.
Let me try that again. Yeah, Jen, this looks quite different what I'm getting. It doesn't show my screen. It's like a generic system thing. Can you try doing that again?
I'm gonna turn it off and turn it back on.
Yep.
Hold on.
Okay.
Try now.
Yeah, it's still looking, it's giving me choices of whiteboard and all things like that. It's not, it doesn't give me anything that looks like my screen.
Well, does it have an option for PowerPoint, even if it doesn't show your file name?
It has PowerPoint. Yeah, it says unknown, but then when that's what I did the first time. And I did it and you're not seeing it. So it's not, what says PowerPoint on there isn't doing anything. It gives me a chance, allow Zoom to share your screen, and I click on Open System Preferences. And I don't know if that's showing anything.
What's
So-
another option besides open system preferences?
It doesn't give another option.
Oh, no.
One of the trustees we received the presentation, so I was just wondering if a trustee could share their screen with it.
I'll do it. Hold on.
Technically advanced than I am.
Yeah, this isn't making sense. Yeah, I'm not finding anything that shows any of that.
I'll have it in just a second.
Would it help if you took them off and then put them back on again?
I want to see if, I was just gonna say, I want to see if Christy can even share it, because then it's something wrong with Zoom.
Well, that's Christy sharing, right?
Yep.
Okay, Patty, here's your letter.
Okay, so yeah, what I was going to show you with the plans, which of course are not terribly nicely oriented here. Yeah, this actually kind of sucks because it would be nice to show this to you.
Do you want me to try and get you off and then get you back on?
I think it would be good because what I've done is I've set it all up so you can see what the differences are. I think it's going to be hard for you to understand them just by looking at what we submitted is the alternative. So, I mean, it's your call of whether you think that's sufficient. I mean, I can describe on here, for example, what we did. But it's not the same as being able to see the one versus the other. And we also have, the other problem is the SketchUp models.
Okay, you want to log off and log on? Go ahead.
I'm gonna kick you off, Patty, and then get you back on. Patty, are you on? You're muted.
share screen is I see my desktop. And what I'm seeing is something called whiteboard, iPhone pad via cable, Safari, Microsoft PowerPoint. If I click on that, nothing happens. And I still see Christie, unless did something, no. You didn't see any, I mean, the PowerPoint comes up here, but you're not seeing it.
Well, maybe Christie has to take her thing down first.
No, if he tries to share, he can kick Christy off.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but that's not my nature.
Well, it's your call, Patty. We could go forward with what we have. We could adjourn it to next time. You could try working on it, and before the end of the meeting, we could recall it. You tell me.
I mean, I'm willing to try and try and do it later, so I'm not holding you guys up.
Okay.
Is there a file you want to send me that I could share?
I could try.
I can't do the 3D thing, but I could do a PowerPoint.
And that would help because in the PowerPoint, I've got photos from the SketchUp. So that might be sufficient. I'll send that to you, Christy, and if we can make that work, that would be great. I think this is a security thing because that's what's coming up in all this. It's I'm being told that I need security.
Okay, so let's move on, and then
I'll send that to you right now, Christy.
Insecure. Christy, you want to take? I'd like to see everybody if I can. Okay, so while Patty's working on that, technically, do I have to adjourn this, or what do I have to do, Laura Lee?
No, you can just put it on for a second call. You've already opened it, so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so let's move on to projects requiring board review, continuation of building department's referral for review of requested site plan changes to Rivertown Square Regency signage. Ed, do you want to talk about this? Or is it Dan? Ed.
All right, so there should be, the applicant should be here. If you want to look for them, Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm putting Joanna on right now.
So the Regency has requested some additional signage. We had a site visit.
Good
Vinny,
evening, everyone.
Nicole, and Donna. And made some observations about the proposal they have.
Right, so you have that available?
You
And
have
also, I have a cleaner version of what you had seen before that I had Frankie Campione, who is on as well via phone. He had some technical difficulties, but I can also pull up a cleaner version of what you had reviewed in the last few meetings from a signage perspective.
Okay, pull it up and then we can talk about what we observed when we did the site visit.
Great.
Hopefully share screen will work.
Sure. Can you guys see my screen?
Go ahead.
Great. So
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Frankie.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Frankie Campione.
So you guys decide which is going to talk.
Yeah, so I'll just open it up and show what we have here. A few pages of some of the open items that we discussed from our. We actually have the full package I have in other tabs if we want to go over anything in further detail from previous meetings, but I pulled up here and I'll quickly scan through, but we can start back from the top. So I left these three open items that we talked about, which are the parking signs, the pylon, and the front of the entrance here. So happy to start wherever you guys have questions.
Board members, this page that she has up is, I believe, A211 in your notes.
Got it.
Is that better, bigger? I think I made it bigger just now.
Yeah, that's good.
So we thought that this sign was in a poor location and it's on village property. I mean, it blocks Chauncey Square sign and,
I'm sorry.
You're talking the wrong one, Vinny.
I'm sorry. That's A214.
got it. So that's the Lawrence Street, River Parkway, South Side ground sign.
Oh, okay, so you're starting with this
The one you
one.
have up. No, go
Right.
back.
Okay.
So did you remove the sign on the ground?
Yes, that was the first meeting that the AHRB, and we also discussed that it wasn't fitting for here because when the cars drove up, it actually was blocked.
Okay, so you removed the sign on the ground as per ARB. So the site.
So all we
visit-
have here is the Rivertown Square and these stanchions here, which we know we put tenant names. We will not, which we had previously discussed, duplicate signage that's on the pylon. This is more so to help other tenants that are within the EG building, J building, or the Mom's Organic.
And the fence.
And the fence, correct, yes.
So the trustees and the mayor on the site visit had no problem with the lettering on top of the wall of Rivertown Square and the fence, but did see a problem with the obelisks. So why don't you try to explain to them why you need those?
So these that I have circled here, the 6 signage points here.
Yes.
So we believe that this pylon just isn't enough slats for our tenants, and we want to provide more visibility for the tenants that are not in the I building or are not seen from the road. So we were hoping to get them more visibility from the sawmill with these signs, and it also adds a nice entrance or further detail with shopping or the traffic that is passing by. And Frankie, if you have any more detail you want to add on those from an aesthetic standpoint, feel free.
Yeah, I think, thanks, Joanna. I think, first of all, I think they're aesthetically pleasing. They match the upgrades to the center. We have seen these done on a much grander scale in other parts of the country when tastefully done, as I think we've done here. They're not visually distracting, and they actually help frame the Rivertown Square sign that's on the stone wall in the corner. The intent is that they would be dimly but internally illuminated in the evening, and they would only house one tenant name per stanchion. So we're not looking for each one of these to become mini marquees or mini pylons. Individual signs or stanchions would have individual tenant names on them. So we're looking to place 6 of them in total.
How many names are on the pre-existing sign?
How many names?
That I don't know off the top of my head.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm trying to count. I want to say like a dozen.
How many total tenants do you have?
So I believe we do have a few more than that. We do have some vacancies. The issue is that that sign is just so small for some of the tenants that are on there that are within the EG building. So we were hoping to get some of the visibility for other tenants that are not on the sign and or may need bigger signage because they're so small within the bottom placards that are shared. We may substitute smaller ones for bigger ones so that everyone may have some visibility. We're open to changing and moving things around as long as everyone can get some visibility there from a signage perspective.
I wasn't on the board at the time, but I think part of the concern is that when Rivertown Square was getting passed was that it not be this like massive shopping center. And that's what this is these signs are turning that into is, shop, 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 shop. And it's supposed to be, I think, more subtle. Maybe Vinny or Donna could comment on that because they were on the board.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Supposed to be more subtle.
There was
So
oh, go ahead, Brittany.
I'm just saying it was supposed to be more subtle, and I do have a problem with certainly the ones on the Summer River Parkway.
Yeah, there was a big concern from a lot of the residents also about this area turning into being very commercial. I mean, we were assured that it was going to be, charming, and it was going to be like a second downtown, which it still hasn't kind of really turned into. But the fear was that there would be all sorts of illuminated signs, and it would look like Disneyland, and it would not look like a Dobbs Ferry area, that it would look more like a Central Avenue commercial zone. So I think we really are very sensitive to anything that would do that. I mean, there were even issues with the IPIC when they put their sign up, even though they were further away from the sawmill than this, that the illumination, et cetera, there were concerns about that as well. So.
Yeah, so a question.
If I may.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if I may, it's I mean, I hear the concerns loud and clear, and I've been fortunate to sit in a number of these meetings and workshops. Together, we were not the original architects nor the original developer. However, we've been brought in to, if I may be polite, clean up other people's messes before, and unfortunately in that process, sometimes the new developer, the new architect bears the brunt of what the other guys didn't deliver. So I can hear you loud and clear, and totally respect that. I think what this developer is trying to do is, Joanna, if I can be so blunt, is take lemons and make something even nicer than lemonade, because I can see, I saw original renderings of what the city was promised. And obviously I've seen what was delivered, which is sort of like this pink shopping center, which definitely wasn't what was planned. And I think the upgrades that we're trying to make, not only with the facades and the improvements and the seating areas and everything that we've been through ARB with previously, what the signage package does now is try to make it cohesive and have a nice aesthetic that flows through the center. So I don't think what it currently looks like is Disneyland. We might actually be happy if it was that charming, or at least the main street of Disneyland. And we're trying to get there in a 2020 fashion. And by that, I mean, we're trying to give this an upscale downtown feel and segue it away from the shopping center that unfortunately the previous developer left you with. So the improvements that we're trying to make are really to increase the aesthetic, not actually detract from it.
And also, if I may just add one more thing, very perfectly said, Frank.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Excuse me, at the Donna and Vinny, we had several meetings just about signage at the AHRB for this project after the approval of the whole meeting. And actually, we put quite a bit of work in there, and there should be some information about what, we gave some guidelines about what future signage would be and how it should be approached, because we knew things like this were going to happen. Tenants were going to change, ownership may change, et cetera. So I think, and this is in fact one of the items that we thought would negatively impact signage component, these stanchions. And while I understand the intention to improve the overall aesthetic, I think this detracts, this particular one. I don't have any issues with the other ones, but I think these very large illuminated signs along the highway do the opposite of what our intent is for this.
I'm also concerned about the trees that are in the picture that we can see at the top, and then they're not there in the bottom. And so I would be wary of taking away. I think those are new trees, aren't they, that we put in, or somebody put in for this project, and we'd be taking those out? Question.
Yeah, we can definitely look into that. And I just wanted to add one more thing to Frankie's point. Not only are we trying to aesthetically make this more pleasing, we also, from a tenant standpoint, and a releasing of all of the, whether it be IPIC or the spaces that were never leased, one of the biggest points of contention and why I believe a lot of those spaces that are not visible are still vacant is because they don't have visibility. And that is a sticking point in all of these leases that we are negotiating, is the ability to get more signage. So although we completely respect and understand your opinion, we actually are very limited in exposure here, even though the visibility from the street of this side is great. a lot of the tenants are having a very tough time with wanting to be here because of the lack of signage. So we respect your decision, but we really would hope that you guys can reconsider this location because it's been a struggle. We have vacant spaces that have never been leased, and this is a big part of it.
Well, we certainly want you guys to succeed, but from the tenor of the board, it doesn't look like we would approve anything that's along the Sawmill River Parkway for sure. So we're okay with the sign. We're okay with the fence, but the stanchions, I don't think we're okay with.
I definitely would love to get through all of the items, but I would love to see if we can come up with some alternative options for additional signage on this side, because this is the most visible side for the buildings that are not seen, which is EG. And do you think if we were to propose something on the other side of the fence or something that is along the stone wall that you guys might approve, or just generally you don't want any additional signage here?
I think the thing you need to keep in mind is, just as you said, this is the most visible entrance. And, you know, from what I hear from most of the board, what we heard from most of the tenants, the residents, as I said before, we don't, to all these stanchions just kind of, I think, take away from the charm actually of that entrance. But so if you could come up with something else that isn't quite as, I hate the word they use, showy, but if you could come up with something that's not
Aggressive.
quite as obvious, just something that's a little more subtle, that fits in a little more with maybe with the wall in some way. I don't know.
What if, Frankie, I'm posing the question to you. If we were to put the signs at half of the height and make them a part of the wall instead of on the ground, if they were half the size and a part of the wall, whether they were fixed into the wall or sitting right above,
Why don't we go to the next page?
Yeah, we can go through that.
You guys could discuss design offline.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed. And also, whatever is not approved, we would love to just take it out of our entire proposal right now and deal with it and come back to you at a later date when we have the IPIC, I think, lease and done and complete, and will be before you for items. So if this is a point of contention now, we can wait until a later date to address signage here and move on. So I appreciate that.
Just the stanchions that we have a problem with. So everything else in that slide, I think we're okay with. Is that right,
Yeah.
Ed?
Yeah, do the fence and the Rivertown Square and hold off on those stanchions, as you call them. And you can come back with another proposal for something else there.
Okay.
Let's go
Quick
through the
question.
stuff that the board is willing to approve tonight.
I do have one question. The Rivertown Square, the typography there, is that final? Is that what it would look like, or is that placeholder?
Is that the final design?
Yeah, like the font of Rivertown Square that's there.
Yes, ideal. And Frankie, you could speak more too, but we have quoted and priced this specific lettering out.
And that was approved by the AHRB. Did we get a letter from them? Liz?
We did have something from them. It was in our packet last time.
Okay.
And when I say we're okay with it, I misspoke. Really, three of us are okay with it because the three of us saw it. So I don't know. Certainly Christy, Mike, and Larry. No, certainly they can make their opinions known.
I share your concerns about what I think feels like billboards along the sawmill, but certainly would be willing to consider more subtle ways of, making passersby aware of the tenants. And I'm comfortable with the rest of it.
I am appreciative of finding an alternative way of showing the names of the tenants than the thing that was there, because that was very confusing and hard to read, and I feel like was equally problematic to the pylons. But I do agree that the pylons are a bit aggressive, and if there's a slightly more subtle way that you can present the same information, perhaps not spread out and taking up so much space by having all the repetition of it, I think consolidating it still in some way would be helpful. And then I'd also like to see the Rivertown Square, if you have that flat versus how we're looking at it here, I would just like to see if that's available anywhere to see what it looks like straight, because it's distorted now and I can't tell what that looks like. It looks distorted and stretched out and wrong.
Frankie, do you have another perspective of the Rivertown Square somewhere, or maybe we can share it to the board after, just so you can get perspective on the lettering?
I think I was clear about the pylon. I think the fence and the Rivertown Square sign looks good. It looks to me, Christy, like it was manipulated for the perspective. But I guess it would be nice for someone to confirm that for us and in fact show us not a perspective is what we're asking for, to show an orthogonal, two-dimensional layout. And that will help us just understand that it's not in fact a distorted.
It's squished.
Yeah, it's just part of how you did your 3D view.
Yeah, Frankie,
Exactly. It is a. Can you hear me?
There you are.
Yeah, it is a 3D perspective, so it's got two vanishing points, and it is arced in that regard. I think the original package that was submitted, but if not, Joanna, we can definitely send it. And I apologize that I just can't get Wi-Fi on my laptop, so I'm working off my iPhone here. But we definitely have the flat artwork from the sign vendor, so we can submit that if it's not in the package for some reason, and it shows the font, shows the heights, and et cetera. But I'd like to go back, and maybe it's not my place, Joanna, but I'd like to go back to the comment that was made about potentially integrating the signage into the stone, because I think we've been on this project since you were looking at buying it and trying to make these improvements. And at one point we had water and we had a fountain and we've met with ARB through the entire process. And we got to this point because of a process of elimination. We actually removed the pending individual signs that were underneath this Rivertown Square individual backlit letters there at the request of the city, and landed with the stanchions. So if we're to remove the stanchions, we're going to probably come back with a request, perhaps a little bit different, and still tastefully done, to put tenant names underneath the Rivertown Square sign on the stone. At the end of the day, and again, I apologize, I wasn't the architect, I didn't sell the bill of goods, but there is a shopping center that surrounds, or a shopping environment that surrounds a hotel and another development, none of which have visibility, or none have great visibility from the road. What makes retail die? Lack of visibility. If you don't know who's there, you can't shop there. And the last thing I want to see any one of my clients have is a dead shopping center. I've been doing this, 24 years as Create, and a lot longer prior to that. We know that visibility is key for the success of any one of these tenants. And we've stood before you before for the mom space and for the other signage on the other side of the shopping center as well. The pylon that was placed at the edge of the property on the north side by the previous developer is absolutely worthless. You can't see it. Well, what's the purpose of a sign if you can't see it? Hence why we're relocating it for visibility. These tenants, in order to survive, everybody knows, you just turn on the news, the state of retail, especially with COVID, to drive people back to restaurants, to drive people back to stores, we've got to engage them. How do we engage them? By catching their eye. So, I mean, I don't personally have a problem removing the stanchions at the city's request, but Joanna, when you come to me tomorrow and say, okay, roll up your sleeves, now what? My answer is going to be, we go back to putting signage underneath the Rivertown Square sign, because where else can it be seen? We're about to go to the next slide where we're going to be shot down because that piece of property that we want to put more signage is not yours. And so we're being asked to have a successful environment with two hands tied behind our back.
Why don't you show that at the next meeting? So, because this is the board that makes the final decision, the Architectural Review Board made suggestions to this board. So maybe they'll like the pylon below the Rivertown Square sign. So show some options.
So they've never seen it.
Yeah, I definitely want to, we can revisit that. I do want to get underneath the Rivertown Square away. I actually spent quite a bit of time going back and forth, sitting there, standing there. That is fully blocked by the cars, although it's not shown here, like visibly with those cars, and that you cannot see any sign. If you were to put anything, it would be a total waste of money yet again to put signage underneath Rivertown Square. The idea is the only way you can see any signage if it was on either side. So maybe we can go back to the drawing board a bit. I do know that we had something smaller and more tied into the stone wall. But to Frankie's point, and you said it very eloquently, we really want our tenants to survive. And right now they're having a very tough time in those buildings that don't have visibility, and we have more and more vacancy coming too. So we want to do everything we can to make them successful and visible, and we will adjust this and be before you yet again to hopefully have something that is a happy medium. But I'm happy to move on, and Frankie, we can talk about that again. But as long as we're able to proceed with everything else, you know, we will be before you, because we have other leasing to do and other items that will have to be addressed, and we'll make that a part of this.
Okay, let's move on to the next one then.
Before we do that, Vinny, can Frankie just tell us his name, and is he with Regency or is it
Oh,
outside?
I'm sorry. Frankie
Oh, I'm sorry.
Campione from Create. He's our architect and has been on many, many projects throughout the country, and has been on this site with us since we were in due diligence, trying to apply aesthetics here that weren't built to the plans that you guys were sold.
Joanna, I'm sorry. It's just that we have to produce a transcript. So if he could just introduce himself and spell his last name and the firm he works with, that would be helpful for our clerk who has to produce a transcript for this in accordance with open meetings law. Thank you.
I apologize. I thought I realized I didn't do that tonight, but I thought I'd done that previously in front of you. My name is Frankie Campione, C-A-M as in Mary, P as in Peter, I-O-N as in Nancy, E. I'm principal with Create Architecture, Planning, and Design in New York City.
And I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Do you need me to do that as well? Yes, so I'm Joanna Rotundi. I'm Senior Manager at Regency Centers. And I've been working on this project since its inception with Regency. So thank you.
Let me just say that this is, we recognize you're in a tough situation, and we do want you guys to succeed. And I know we're making it very difficult for you to succeed when we come up with these objections, but we have to balance not only your needs, but the needs of our and desires of our residents, and really what the tone and tenor of when this project was approved. And so that's what our balancing act is. So we'll try to work with you as best we can within the framework that this project was approved with. So and I understand it's very difficult for you, but let's move on to the next one.
The next one is up on the screen now, is basically a directional. If you know the way the traffic flow works on the center, you come up from the view we just had, you hit the roundabout. If you're going to go park in the shopping center, you actually make the first right off the roundabout. You go past the hotel on your west or on the left. And then if you pull into the garage, you make a left after the hotel building. We believe that's a little bit confusing and shy of reconfiguring the entire traffic flow, which is not really on the table. Our concern is that people want to make the first left in, which is actually an out only from the garage. And so we're requesting to put this sign, again, in the same sort of family and friends aesthetic of what's being used throughout the rest of the center with part of the improvements. That would basically be a directional stanchion on the sidewalk where people look to make a left, and it says parking with the arrows up ahead. And then as you get further up ahead, there's actually directional that gets you into the parking garage. So this is really, in our opinion, a nicer way of saying one way, because we don't want people making the left here where they shouldn't.
Thoughts, comments?
It looks fine. Any issues with this?
Great.
I think we had some issues with it. So Ed, can you?
So this one, I believe, is A212. Or on that page shows the wayfinding store signs next to Buddha and this parking sign. So at the site visit, I believe the general opinion was that that sign was a little redundant because it also said parking on the other sign.
And how tall was that sign? I'm sorry.
Sign.
It says
96,
right here.
98 inches.
8 feet.
Oh, 8 feet?
Yeah, so here's like perspective person, and here's the dimensions here.
So I think we thought it was too tall. And we thought it was, I don't know, my notes say it was in an awkward location, but I don't know, Christy, what do you think? Larry, what do you think?
I'm okay with it.
So you have the sign that's sort of like right next to it on the other side of the street in front of Buddha. And the plans that I have, they're both on the same page.
Sorry, I'm gonna open up to that, the one that you're seeing. Hold on. And pardon the snoring. I have a bulldog next to me. If you heard that, it's not me.
Joanna, I thought that was a committee member board of our presentation. I didn't know it was coming from
I
your
apologize.
actual phone.
He's right next to me.
Oh my
And
goodness.
he's very.
He's asleep.
I thought we put to sleep a board member.
I'm so sorry. I can't get him away from me. Okay, so this is the one I believe that you're seeing. So here is the one that's right in front of Buddha, and then across this area here is this one. And again, the reason, to Frankie's point earlier, is because it looks like, even though it says do not enter, this is the way people want to travel, and we're trying to direct them to park because this parking garage is fairly empty. So we're just trying to keep with the uniform look of this sign and the one that's next in the actual entrance, so that they continue aesthetically as they move forward to see that's where we want to direct people to park.
Larry, what do you think?
Sorry, I actually said it a few minutes ago, but I guess I was muted. I don't have a problem with it. Is it redundant? I'm not sure I'm the best judge of that. I could see how if I were behind the wheel, the other side could feel like it's pointing toward the do not enter, like I should go in there. If this is corrective of that, then that's good. Or maybe the parking banner comes off the other side. But I'm perfectly comfortable with the developer making those decisions inside this facility. So I'm fine with it.
Okay, we need another trustee to comment, Nicole or Donna?
Again, when we went there, I understand. I know when I was there, we were talking about the redundancy of it, but at the same time, I do understand that, yeah, people will make that left rather than going straight. So I think it helps with that. I don't know if maybe you need to take the parking off the other side so it's not redundant. I don't think that's the end of the world. But I think we all had some issues with the height of these things. I don't know if you,
Right across the street.
what was that?
Isn't there a sign right across the way, right there?
I don't remember if there's one across the way or not.
So you mean in this area, like shown off screen?
Yes. Yes, when you cross.
So it's a little bit
There's no sign
further.
there.
Yeah, it's a little bit further down if I recall. I could try and find a photo of it. As you're coming up, it says parking to the right. So I can't recall if we're removing that, but I do actually have here. I know some things we were removing, but I don't think that was one of them. Because I think it sits right here. Frankie, do you see my screen? The existing
Yeah.
sign, I believe, sits right here.
And the design of the existing sign is going to stay, or are they all going to be married with the black background and the white type like you have on these that we're seeing?
Frankie, are you there?
Frankie's
On the
not on.
bulldog.
You went to sleep.
Okay, so I don't know if Frankie's maybe just on mute or lost connection here, but some of the signs you see, it says existing pylon to be removed,
Yeah.
to be replaced. I just don't see this one, proposed retail wayfinding. This one is not here. That might,
I don't see it
Oh, there
there,
you are.
or maybe
Proposed
it's not, is that
monument
one
sign.
not ours? Is that one not ours?
It may
No,
not-
it's ours. It is
Yeah.
ours. It says additional parking. I can't recall exactly what it says or who's on there, but there is one right in this area and it's not shown here. So we will confirm if that's going to be removed. But Frankie, if you could answer in more detail, anything that is opposing or not in with the same aesthetics of our new signage, we would be removing or changing, correct?
Yeah, my understanding is the goal of Regency Center is that all the existing signs tie in with the new language.
What is there an issue? Does it have to be 8 feet high or can it go down to 6 feet? Is there rationale for that?
This, quite honestly, in conference with the sign manufacturer and the sign vendor, they thought 8 was appropriate height because most people are driving SUVs these days as opposed to low cars. But we could definitely talk with them and confirm that at 6 feet, we're still at eye level when you're sitting in an SUV, and that again, it won't be obstructed by cars coming out or coming in the other direction.
Yeah, because I think that was a concern when we were on the site visit was the height of them. We thought they'd be like little dwarfing.
Yeah, I think so too. So
They were massive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
6 feet, I think would be okay with it.
6 feet, it sounds, it could be more pedestrian in scale, so we'll definitely scale that down.
Okay. What's next?
For everybody, the sign across the street is a Chauncey Square sign.
Yeah, I know there is one that is.
I'm doing Google Maps walking. In my
I'm gonna
other
try and
screen.
do that, but if I remember right, I guess it's hard to do these piecemeal. Like you could do the first one piecemeal, but these go together. The one you're going to talk about next, Joanna, and I think how the board comes out on both of them. Are we approving both of them, or is it just one or the other? Because it matters.
Yeah, and there is a sign there now, and it is a temp sign. So now I'm remembering we do have a signage there now, but it's a temporary sign that says proposed, new development. So that one would come down. So there is additional one there that's temporary. All right, so I can move on to the next one.
Yeah.
So here is the adjacent to Chauncey Square, the entrance.
So I think this one, Joanna, we would, if anybody had influence with the neighbor and could convince them to play ball with us, and we can come up with one brand new one together that signs their building and ours, we would love it. But we don't control the existing Chauncey Square sign, and so herein lies the dilemma again, right? We need to get people to the shopping center that Regency owns, or the shopping environment that Regency owns. And get some wayfinding on there so that they know as they pull in, you go Ulta to the left and Buddha straight ahead, etc. And this seemed like a logical space, even though it is adjacent to the Chauncey Square sign.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it also would block the Chauncey Square sign to some extent, which isn't totally fair. I mean, if you could, I don't mind the sign being there if there was some way that, we could get it combined with Chauncey Square. With Chauncey. Because having two signs there is I think is gonna be more confusing.
Christie, what do you think?
this is a no for me. If you need a sign there that is telling the people driving on that road, then there's currently a small sign that you already have that has iPic, City Perch, Danforth. There's like 5 things on it, plus like the Rotary sign right next to it. So it's just like Sign Central, and one like that part right there could be swapped out for what you're doing here, and it's further away from the Chauncey sign. But I don't think it should be right next to it like that. It's too much.
Mike?
I agree with what Chrissy just said. I wish there was a way for you to combine them. I know that historically that hasn't happened between Chauncey and the previous tenant. You may have more luck. I don't know, but I think either combining or relocating makes sense here.
Larry?
I agree. And I don't know, Joanna, when the last time Regencies reached out to Chauncey Square, but the further, things are along with, you having finished or the project having been finished, hopefully there's less controversy and more reason to work together.
Yeah, I'm happy to make this as a part of our potential future proposal with the additional signage across the way. We do and are in communication with the Chauncey Square, which is drawing a blank on the name. It's not Phillips Edison. Frankie, you'll remind me offline, but we will approach them and see what we can come up with for a later date of additional signage here. But we're happy to move on with other items so that we can proceed with everything else you've approved.
Go ahead.
But yeah, for future, as long as we're kind of putting a placeholder at a future date, we would love to come back to you for this and the Rivertown Square entrance to have additional signage.
Yeah, you can come back. Fine.
And then I think these were the only items I had from our last meeting that were an issue. I'm happy to walk through any other items with regards to signage, but please let me know where you'd like to focus. But I'm happy to just scroll through slowly on everything.
What happened to the sign that was next to the parking sign next to Buddha? Are you not putting that one in? Are you not asking for that one?
So these two?
Yeah.
So the only reason why I identified as a specific slide deck with those 3 items, because it seemed like this one in our last meeting you were okay with, but this one you were not. So I just made a separate slide deck that included the items that were maybe a point of contention.
Okay, so I still think that sign on the left with all it was another 8-foot sign.
Right, yeah.
It was massive in that location. It takes away from the greenery, it takes away from the tree. So I did have an issue with the height. I understand why you want it there to direct people down the way to the other stores and stuff, but it just seemed.
So if I may, I totally understand the height and giving perspective, when you're physically walking out there, but the amount of traffic and cars I think it's a little more than 6,000 cars that go through that roundabout on a daily basis. Having an 8-foot sign is actually not that big in comparison to all of our other shopping centers. And then also given the amount of tenants' names you see here, it's going to be very difficult to have anything smaller with regards to the sign. The parking, I do understand. But we really, we don't have any other opportunities here at the entrance where all of these cars are seeing. This one is not seen from Sawmill. It's only seen when you drive in. So we really, and Frankie, again, if you can discuss.
I actually think it would be the reverse though, like the parking you'd want bigger because the people need to see that from the cars. These like foot traffic and cars need to see it, not just cars.
Well, we definitely we'd love to get people to direct to the parking. However, getting visibility for our tenants is of utmost importance for us right now, because that is what every single tenant that we are negotiating with or trying to pull here has an issue with.
Just throwing this out there, would you consider maybe doing some landscaping to soften that sign? Something on the sides of it or something? Because there is the tree in the back, which you're not going to see once that sign goes up. And
that's on the other side of the road though, right? I believe that is where the Hilton is. It's not on this side. I'm not
The
sure.
sign's on the same side as the Hilton, yes.
No, I meant the tree you see behind the
No,
sign.
it's right behind the sign. It's in that.
Oh, it is. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Yeah.
on the other side.
No,
Frankie, you let me know how we can potentially address some greenery around, and if that's an option, or if
I mean,
Oh,
it-
that's why
absolutely. I mean,
how
I think
Yeah.
some of your centers, Joanna, having been fortunate to work on a lot of them, some of that happens just with maintenance. But I think throwing some, I'm all about animation and color with landscape. So whether it's annuals or perennials that change color at the base, obviously you don't want anything that's going to grow tall and around it, because that would then defeat the purpose of putting the sign there to begin with. But I think it definitely could be softened up with some low ground covering that's got some nice color or seasonal color.
also, like when you go like into the downtowns and stuff, like there's always those signs that say municipal parking this way, right? Or train station that way. Like, couldn't we have signs in Rivertown Square akin to that for like the parking? And I know you can't do that for the stores, but for the parking and stuff, so it's not so obtrusive.
So it's funny you mentioned that, but if you know the road when you first, and I apologize because again, I'm working on the world's smallest iPhone still that I get phone shamed for. But when you first pull up into the center, you know where there's the roundabout sign, which is the city sign, and then there's the temp signs, and then there's the small little stanchions, and then there's the Chauncey. What we were actually trying to do was start to avoid all that clutter and try to get as much onto these designed signs as opposed to individual ones where you'd have a parking sign and then a separate sign that says where the retailers are and another sign that says where the hotel is.
That's what you have here.
Well, but we're trying
to. You have parking and then the stores on a different sign.
Yes, but it does say parking at the base of it also, but we're trying to create an aesthetic that ties the whole center together from north to south, versus highway signs and the individual signs for the tenant and individual signs for the hotel. Ultimately, the goal is, and what we met with ARB with the painting schemes and so forth, is that this does start to feel like a downtown that evolved, but we still want something to be continuous through the entire center. And we felt the best way to do that would be with environmental graphics.
I hear what you're saying. Go ahead, Chrissy.
So when you look at this right here, it looks like they're a lot closer together than they are. And if you're walking or going through, they're facing two different people. Like the sign with all the stores on it is when you're driving up through the into the roundabout. And then you take a right and you see the parking sign. So they're not quite like they seem in this picture. Like they're right. I'm not going to go into that further.
I know where they are because I did the site walk, but that wasn't my point.
But my other concern is part of what's so confusing when you're driving through here is that there is no continuous definite way of understanding how to navigate the whole space. And so by having the parking sign with the black background and the white writing, and having that other sign with the stores and the black background and the logos, you at least start to see clues as to how to get around here. And I think that's what they're doing. And I think that needs to be done because it's just so confusing to drive around there, especially with the Chauncey signage mixed in. So I would trust that they understand to help us and the residents get through the space better by doing these two signs and whatever they're going to figure out to do at the front, because I do think that there still needs to be something that also identifies this like signage structure at the front. And I think here we should also do one final walkthrough of all of the signage that we're approving so that we understand it versus just the ones that we had a problem with last time, because it's too confusing to not know what that is. Because if this solves that problem, and the biggest problem we have is like the height of the parking sign, because I think the Rivertown Square one, in order to have the amount of stores that are on the sign on it, it's going to have to be substantial for people to be able to read them. So I just defend how this appears here, with maybe parking being a little bit shorter.
I understand that, but I was trying to get more at like, I feel like there should be if there's a way to have less signage and people are used to not used to seeing parking necessarily like that, except for like when you're in a mall or something versus, you know, having those nice ones that we have in our downtown and you see in other downtowns that give it that quaint Dobbs Ferry feel. So taking the parking sign out and putting in more quaint, you know, village signage for the parking. I think that would be helpful. I don't like the parking sign, so I probably got outvoted here, but I'm not in favor of that sign.
I'm assuming that these parking signs are like this rather than just something on a pole because these are illuminated. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're illuminated from within.
The development that's here is hardly a quaint downtown village. And I don't think there's any amount of signage that they could be designing right now that would change that. So I would say that it needs to align with what is existing there to the most tasteful and like non-aggressive way, but then also help it so that it does not fail and that people can navigate and get around and people know where stores are and stores rent vacant spaces.
Yeah, I think Larry made a good.
I don't want anything to be taken as I don't want Rivertown Square to be successful or their stores or their tenants to have business. I frequent it. I go to places down there. So, I mean, nothing I say should be taken as anything like that. But I think that they're trying to work on a way to make it more quaint and more in line with what the village wanted originally and was promised. And I commend them for that. And so I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm not saying they're great ideas, but different ideas that could like put it, you know, hand in hand with that. And it's like a win-win. Like you get your parking signs and you get your tenant signs, but we have like kind of like something where it's like a cross mix.
No, we thank you and we welcome all of your advice and we understand. You know, we are open to suggestions on what it is you mean by making it more quaint or look more similar to what you're referring to in town that I'm not as familiar with. You know, we really have come up with so many different iterations of what this looks like. So, you know, we're open to a physical suggestion on what might be seen in town, or if you can refer us to which parking signs you're talking about. But if we change the look of this sign, we would have to change everything.
I have a question about, because you're changing the facade of some of the buildings, correct?
Yes, and I can walk through. We're actually not changing the facade. We're painting everything, which I can walk through as well.
Well, the only reason I'm saying that is that perhaps what you're because we didn't see the facades because it's not our purview at all. But I'm just saying maybe if we see that, we can understand the aesthetics of these new signs that you're putting in and how that works with the other changes that you're making. Does that make sense or is that irrelevant?
No, that makes sense. And Frankie, I'm happy to walk through I just want to be where the one I have up in front of you is not specifically what was approved. I can walk through the specifics of the facade, which may tie it all in together, but some of the mural art or the roadway is not what we're doing. So I don't want to confuse you on something.
No, it's okay. I just throwing it out there that might make a difference.
Yeah, I think if you start in the beginning, Joanna, maybe start with like Buddha so that they can see. I didn't realize the difference in the boards, but who has seen what. But I think Buddha is a place to start because
I was trying to look for building EG because I think that would tie like the building to the right here, which for some reason I can't find it. Sorry, I have my son here now. So on top of my dog.
I think we are all ready to get back to work. This whole Zoom remote thing is done its course.
I keep missing the EG building, but maybe if you see it, Frankie, if I don't scroll through, I think that might tie these in together. So I'm looking for this building right here, which has the most.
Yeah, you didn't get there yet.
No, and I've gone twice back and forth.
Which is EG?
Where the learning experience is.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Where the base of the hotel. Yeah, one more.
There it is.
One more. So again, we only control the first 2 floors and we don't control above it because it's a hotel. tenant, as you know. But what we're trying to do is give the base presence so that it feels like it's on that the hotel feels like it's on a podium. So there's new color schemes that we've been through. We've simplified them. I think there was at one point there were 20 or 30 different shades of grays and whites. We've definitely simplified those as going through ARB. But the intent here was actually to make the tenants feel grander. So we're minimizing that horizontal tan drive-it line that cuts the first and second floor off and squashes the tenant signage, and actually starts to make everything feel, even though they're not, like a two-level tenant. So the emphasis comes up and over with the white up around the second level here. So that's what we've been through with ARB and the new color scheme that's on the base of the building here. And you can see we're starting to bring in some cooler tones rather than just this monotony of red brick and or red drive-it, where the previous developer decided to take a cheap way out or a value engineered way out and wound up with pinkish colored drive-it that doesn't quite match the brick. And then if you pan to the right of the retail, which is probably the next slide down, Joanna, I think, what we're doing here, this is a transitional building between the gray and white base of the retail podium to the iPic building. We're actually going to give this a whitewashed look. So we come in and we sponge some of the brick and give it a little bit more of an antiqued feel to it. So it's not so stark. It's not solid white. It's not solid red, but it transitions us into some of the existing buildings that do have the red brick on them. And so again, it starts.
Let me tell you that this does not do it justice. We actually had some other photos of where we've done this elsewhere. This photo does not do it justice, what it actually will look like. It looks a lot better.
We convinced them to do it in a center in Pennsylvania, having done it once before in Virginia. So we've perfected it. But when they saw it on their own center and their regional managers in Pennsylvania said, "Oh my God, it looks fantastic." It was sort of a no-brainer up here to do the same, because it actually does transition the two different colors. If you can go back one or two to the Buddha building, Joanna, the reason I love hitting that one when you come up the roundabout is because there was that mention of Disneyland, right? And so when we came to the center the very first time, I think at the end of 2016, we said, boy, you look down Main Street and you want to see Cinderella's castle, and this is what we've got. And I have a feeling you were sold a bill of goods, and it was these beautiful arches and nice brickwork. And I saw some of the renderings, and then I got to the center and it's sort of like this flat facade and it's a bunch of drive-it and so forth. And so cost effectively, but giving it a lot of wow factor, what we're doing in this scheme, keeping all the windows as is, it allows the light to come through, but we're creating these shutters which are not just solid, but they're actually spaced in between, that allows light through for the tenant, but gives it a totally new identity, which is in keeping with Buddha, the restaurant that it is, and with outdoor dining onto the sidewalk, which is, we were doing it before COVID when we first met with you all, but now we know how important it is since COVID to get that outdoor dining going for every restaurant tenant that's out there. But what we wanted to do is take the building that we were stuck with and give it more signature feel as you come up the street, right? It shouldn't be one size fits all and just slap a different tenant on it. And just so you're aware, all buildings are being painted all four sides. So Regency isn't skimping out and just tackling the fronts of these, and the sides and the returns get something else. On the north side of this building, where it says mural art here, Regency is going through a process now to determine the right type of art for those Instagrammable moments. That wall happens to be very visible from the hotel lobby. So you might turn around and say, well, who sees this wall? Why is it so important? It's just on the way out of the parking garage. But they are really thinking about all these sort of unique and creative little spaces to do something with. And so we'll be coming back at some point and presenting what that mural art will be, I guess in a separate application. But again, we're tackling all four sides of all the buildings, and we've done that throughout. So what I call the Alta building, or the small little building that's next to iPic, because I don't know them by letters and numbers. Even the former grocer, we come up the side of the building facing back towards the residential. So everything is getting tackled, but it's a whole new color scheme. It announces that, you know, the new owner cares. It announces to the residents that there's life here. It's not just this center that's slowly dying. It's exactly the opposite. That's the side of the Alta building. We're looking to do more artwork as well, new canopies, etc. throughout. And then, as we mentioned, there's outdoor dining. So there's outdoor dining proposed at the Buddha. There's outdoor dining proposed at the Italian restaurant on the left side there, the right side, as well as on the I Am Burger on the left side, on that whole deck out there. And we've been through, you know, how we're going to place pots and benches and seating with ARB and their approval all the way around. Even the graphics on the staircase. So if you go back one, you can see that there's graphics proposed on the staircase again, so it doesn't just blend in with everything else with the red. And graphically get, you know, the Rivertown R in there. So somebody asked about the font before. The R carries through in the same type of font. And then when you get under there on the next slide, you know, just sort of a creative way and a little bit more fun to come down, so it doesn't feel like you're going down some back alley and afraid to go down the stairs. Same with the escalator, the garage to get to the elevators and to find your way out. There's no environmental graphics. There's no wayfinding. There's nothing that says there's an elevator in this back corner. And it's just such a ripe location to get some super graphics down there. So when you're in the garage, you actually know where to go, as opposed to the tiny little exit sign and a little sticker on the wall that says elevator. So to that extent, when Regency first introduced us to the project, in all due honesty, I turned around and I said to Jack and Joanna, "Why are you buying this?" And they laughed at me. And I said, "No, seriously, why would you want to buy this center? I know your portfolio. I mean, I don't get it." And they saw a diamond in the rough and the investment that they need to make here. And they've since the beginning have told me, "Okay, now what would you do here?" And shy of starting over, which was not an option, you know, this has been a consistent labor of love here for 3.5 years for them. So they are dedicated to it. I give them that much, and they really want to see it turn around.
Okay, and I appreciate you showing us this, because this is the first time that we did see it, and I think it looks great and, you know, puts things in context. But we do have to move things along. So, I mean, we have agreed on certain things. Is there a way that you can come back next time with the things that we haven't agreed with, and you could show us modifications or what changes you suggest?
Absolutely. I mean, we're here to please, and we obviously want your blessing and to be a good neighbor. So if Joanna just texted me that her computer died, so I don't know if we lost her.
I just got back in on my phone, so.
Okay, welcome to the club. So Joanna, what they asked is that we come back with the few objections that they've had with alternates to that. And I was just about to wrap up by saying, if I've got that correctly, it's the height of the parking sign. It may or may not be the height of the sign across the street next to Buddha. We definitely want to get some landscaping by that sign next to Buddha. We want to come up with an alternate to the entrance signage with what we'll call the stanchions, and or some other way of identifying tenants right on the highway. And I don't know, other than the fact that nobody likes it, what you want to come back with yet next to the Chauncey sign in their building. But that one seemed to be the biggest no. The others seem to have workarounds that I've got an understanding of what we have to tackle. I don't know what the workaround yet is for the sign adjacent to Chauncey.
I think that was perhaps working with Chauncey to see if we could do something. Was that what the tenor was for everybody, right?
Yes, I'm definitely happy to try and work with them before we come back and give you a formal response on what their interest is.
Okay, sounds good. So, you know, we've approved certain things tonight, and then we'll see you in 2 weeks with the rest of your plans, okay?
Great. Well, just to confirm, you know, we're definitely going to move forward with everything else. The things that are a point of contention, we may submit within a week. We will let you know if we'll be ready in 2 weeks. Does that work?
Yeah, we can come back in 2 weeks if it's submitted timely. Lori, do I have to do anything formal as far as approving those things?
No, I would suggest you wait to do a comprehensive approval once
Okay,
you have the whole scheme. Now you've had the opportunity to see sort of the overall overarching design. It may or may not change your opinions on things.
Well,
you've
if I may, can we just remove anything that's in opposition right now? Because we can at a later date come back with a bigger request with other tenants that we're working with in signage. And I really would love to close out everything that is approved, and we will just remove anything that is not right now, because we need to progress and get through finalizing everything that's before you that you do approve.
okay.
Because we can wait on the other items.
So, I guess we'd have to approve slide by slide. Is that the way to do that then?
Yes, but for example, the entrance slide, part of it you're approving, part of it you're not approving. Ed, what would be helpful in terms of the building department?
It would be helpful to have plans that we can approve. So Christie has to see the font on the Rivertown Square. So that wasn't 100%. The only thing I can see is 100% is the fence. So the other two up by Grandma's, by Buddha's, I think a lot of the board asked to lower. We haven't seen the ones by the old iPic yet, and there was another one by Mom's that we haven't seen yet. So I don't know. The plans I'm looking at seem to have changed, and yours, the one that you're sharing, maybe that's after AHRB comments, but I'd like to see a revised set of plans, and
Okay,
hopefully in 2 weeks we could figure out what could be approved and what's not.
okay. I'm sorry, Joanna, and I'm sorry, Frankie, but I think that's the best way to go about it. So we'll put you over for 2 weeks, and then we can hopefully wrap up the whole thing.
That would be great.
I'd also like to say that a clearer, comprehensive set of documents should come to us, because it's been hard to follow.
Right. That's
This,
what I was going to ask Joanne to call me tomorrow so we could talk about the plans, because I agree.
Certainly.
It seems, we don't have a clear picture.
Frankie and I will work on all of the items, and we'll make sure we give you a complete clean copy of everything, hand delivered and emailed, so we can review.
Can we discuss that on the phone tomorrow, Joanne?
Sure, absolutely. I'll call you. No
Right.
problem.
Okay, is,
Donna, you're muted.
Donna,
You're still muted, Donna.
Still muted?
Now you're okay.
Okay, I just wanted to add that we're very appreciative that you are doing something with that shopping area. So thank you for your efforts, and we appreciate, what you're putting into it and the amount of money that you're spending. So it's not that we're trying to be naysayers, we just want to make it right. So again, thank you for your efforts.
No, thank you all. We appreciate all of your comments, and we definitely understand, the sensitivity, especially given the way that this was developed and what you were sold at the beginning. So we completely understand.
yeah, that's the problem. So you're the bearer of that burden, but yes, that is the problem. But thank you, and we'll work together so we can get this done.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Is Patty ready yet, or?
I have his files ready to share.
Okay, let's do it.
Patty, can you hear us?
Almost. Can you hear me now?
Yes?
And can you see me now?
Yes.
Yes. And can we try sharing, because I've switched to the normal computer that I'm usually on that can't do quick SketchUp. So could we try that?
Sure.
So tell me when I'm sharing.
We're sharing.
How wonderful. Mysteries. Okay, so the last time we were before you, which I think was 2 meetings ago, There was the issue with the being able to see the garage without the trees, but there was also the issue of the fact that the fourth floor was more than 50% of the third floor. What I tried to explain at that time was that's really not a matter of how big the fourth floor is, but more how small the third floor is. There was comment during the meeting making some suggestions that we take a look at enlarging the third floor and reducing the fourth floor, which is what we did, and we submitted you drawings showing that, which I've got here. So this, what I'm going to do now is show you what we had before and then what we've changed it to. We can toggle back and forth if there are questions. So this was the original site plan. And actually, one thing that's I think important to say, while no one said it, I kept the footprint exactly the same. So we didn't enlarge the building to enlarge the third floor. What I did is I took the area that was previously a covered porch and I made that an extension of the third floor. So the footprint of the building stayed the same. My concern is that while we have maybe 2 or 3 feet to play with in here in the courtyard, people are going to be driving in here and trying to pull into the garage and back up and pull out. So I didn't think it was a good idea to try and move this line closer to the garage to make the third floor bigger. So this is the plan that we had before. This is what it changes to. You can see that we've added 4 more like piers than posts. And this is the floor plan of the parking level plan. This shows how we've taken out the previous smaller posts and we've put in piers. Everything else on that floor stays the same. This is the original or the previous second and third floor. What we've done is we've, as I toggle back and forth, you can see the one on the left, that floor got bigger. That's the third floor. And the one on the right got smaller. That's the fourth floor. What this did is where we before had the fourth floor 71.8% of the third floor, we have now reduced it to 56.8%. The target was 50%. And I think making the third floor bigger is not a good idea. I also don't think we can make the fourth floor smaller without it simply not working. And the other thing I want to just put into the mix is that the whole reason the building has gotten so small compared to what we had before was preserving the existing garage. If I take the area of the existing garage just into the mix, at that point, my fourth floor is 44% of the site coverage, which I think the idea was that the fourth floor would be smaller than what was below it. And I think it's fair to include that that garage in that.
Patty,
Yeah.
why would you include the garage in the third floor coverage?
Why would I?
Why is it not possible to reduce the fourth floor by another 6%?
Because you'd have you wouldn't be able to fit the stairs, the bathroom, and the 2 bedrooms in.
So
Just wouldn't work.
reducing the bedrooms,
We're already, Ed, we're already at a point where this thing, I don't see how this makes financial sense. The owner has been willing to go along with this. If we start, we've gone
how
from,
much room do you have at the top of the stairs?
I have 3.5 feet. I come to the top of the stairs, I have 3.5 feet. I have a hallway that serves as 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a stacked one.
What are the closets behind the stairs?
That's the only closet in the place to store things like a vacuum or something like that. It also is where we're figuring that we'll have access to the mechanical equipment. It's tight.
You're putting mechanical equipment on the second floor? You have nowhere else to put that?
There's nowhere else to put it. That's the most logical place to serve the upper unit, the upper 2 units.
So it's not impossible to make this 50%. You just need to look at other spaces because the closet, granted, the staircase has to be a certain distance and you need a landing at the top of it, but the closet could be reworked and you could be at 50%.
Well, let's take a look at the elevations because that's probably where this starts to fall apart. This is what we had before, which was the effort of 6 months of the Architectural Review Board working on this, a careful balance of how the proposed addition would attach onto the existing structure. We've removed the existing roof. We projected the first and second floor back, and then we've expanded the second, the third, and added the fourth. There was a balance here which made some sense and had a feeling like it was, it was something intentional as opposed to accidental. What we've got now is the fourth floor having gotten much smaller. We've basically got a little podium sitting on top of the building, which reminds me of the conversation that the Architectural Review Board had with the Board of Trustees in July of, I guess it was 2019, suggesting that there should be a way of just doing a good building instead of worrying about the numbers. I think they got there with this, the previous thing. I think this is a stretch as it is. I think if that fourth floor gets smaller for some arbitrary, as far as I'm concerned, number, since we are allowed 80% site coverage on the site.
Unfortunately, that arbitrary number is the code right now. So if the AHRB doesn't agree with the code, they can make a suggestion to the Board of Trustees. But the point right now is the fourth floor, according to our code, has to be 50% of the third. So
there should not be any problem.
Go into what's wrong with the code.
I'm not saying what's wrong with the code. I'm saying that the code assumed that you were using more of the site. We've lost more than 50% of the site to preserve the garage. Once we've done that, the building is much smaller that we're dealing with to make the top floor, which is half the addition we're doing, smaller yet, and have those bedrooms become smaller than what would be, they should be, the bathroom smaller. It just doesn't make any, it just doesn't work. It's just not a logical way to do stuff. If you're saying that, if we took, what we would do probably wouldn't shorten it. It would be to narrow the rooms down. The room, I can't defend that a 12-foot room is more significantly better than an 11-foot room. And if what the question is taking a foot off the two sides and that, by somehow, cutting that 40 square feet off, that satisfies someone, I guess, we would do that. The amount that we're over, we would need to have the fourth floor work right now, would have to add 372 square feet to the third floor. The third floor is limited by the site to keep the garage. If that garage were something that I believed in, I guess I'd feel different, but we're doing what we've been asked to do. And we came to the Board of Trustees in April of 2019 and we showed this, and that was the request of the Planning Board specifically to determine whether the Board of Trustees would entertain this, not that you would approve it, but that this would be something that you would prefer given what we were showing before. And we were told to move ahead with that. And at that point, we were 71.8% with the fourth floor above the third floor.
Patty, I just want to know, is this your final project? Is this the one that we're going to vote on?
My understanding is that you would make a decision between the two options here tonight, and you'd make a decision on it, and you'd either approve it or deny it.
Maybe I misunderstood. The two options, I mean, the one that you submitted is now 56.8%.
Right.
And it's the height is, instead of being 45 feet, it's 46.83, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the project we're going to vote on?
That would be, that's my understanding of it.
Okay.
These are the other elevations showing what that change is. This is the section showing how that changes, cutting the size of the rooms, cutting everything back. And then what we were asked to do, I was going to show the SketchUp, but I'm on a different computer than that can do that. This one's at least compatible with the village. The top level in each of these is what we had before that was recommended by the Architectural Review Board and Planning Board. And the bottom is what we've done to accommodate increasing the third floor and reducing the fourth floor. And it will get around to On the front, it makes no difference. When we get around the back, you'll see what Maura was concerned about. So this shows how the difference works. This is the garage standing on the aqueduct, looking where right now you can't see the building because the foliage is so dense, but this does show you that the existing building is what blocks your view, not what we're adding on the top. You can see a very subtle difference of the amount that's blocked. The smaller fourth floor means that it's moved 4.5 feet closer to Main Street at the back, which you see a little bit sliver different of that from the aqueduct, but I don't think anything that is of consequence or concern. Again, more elevations comparison, and then showing what the massing difference is, and how that reduces the scale of the building, and I guess the concept that this is less intrusive or less imposing or whatever it needs to be less of. So that's what we have done. That's what we've shown in this. I don't know if you have any other questions.
Yeah, Patty, I have a question about the height. You had mentioned that you might be able to get it to height if when the roof is removed, that there may be extra space. Are you still, is that still an option if it's possible?
Yeah, exactly. My apprehension of making any representation right now that we can do something is having a set of drawings that says it's compliant. And then when we take the top off the existing building, I have to say, oh, we're going to be 1 foot 4 inches higher. What I've done is assumed the 1 foot 4 inches higher. And our intent, because it would be easier to build too, is that we'll be able to remove the brick that's currently supporting the rafters and get the floor down so that the floor level is the same as the ceiling level. We want to leave the existing ceiling in place so we don't tear all that out. But we'll be able to sister the structure alongside the existing instead of having a double structure.
Right.
Any other comments from the rest of the
Yeah,
board?
so I went through all the stuff, and if I'm understanding what you're presenting now, the revised plans no longer have the setback on Elm Street, right?
No, we have the setback on Elm Street. What we did is we set it back on both sides. We have a 3 foot setback for the addition.
What's the bottom picture, Patty?
You're right. The third floor now comes straight across.
Right. So the setback's gone.
Right. Well, the setback on the back is gone. The setback of the addition on top remains.
It wasn't the setback something that the AHRB had talked about, needing a setback?
One of the things that they talked about, which I thought was good, was the idea that, let's see if I get to something in the back, that the building, that the addition would have a very distinct and clear separation and difference to the original building. If we're bringing the third, this third floor from street level, second floor from the courtyard, if we're bringing that around and making that bigger, the way to do that, I believe, is to just keep the base very simple. We still have the recess back in the same as it was there, but on the upper floor, you have a straight line instead of having that start to become a, kind of a combination of different massing forms, which I think is the opposite direction than the Architectural Review Board worked hard on. Michael's here, so he could certainly probably explain this better than I. But keeping it simple was, I thought, one of the goals. This, I think, the original one they recommended was simple because the massing is a very clean box. This accomplishes the same thing, which you wouldn't be able to do with the fact that the base and the top floor are no longer aligned.
I know, but like part of my issue is if you look at the memorandum that Laura Lee prepared for the board, to the planning board, was like to soften the effect of the building on Elm Street, and your revised plan no longer does that. I mean,
well, I mean,
if I understand, and if I understand,
I think that I don't think that's so much of a problem here, I think that part of the softening element was, Nicole, was part of that had to do with a previous scheme, and I don't know if I could speak for the planning board, but I know we had a number of kind of conversations with them about it, and we looked at a number of options. There was this big sort of piece between the barn and the existing building, and then so I think that was one of the concerns, and then the second concern was if we're going to add this fourth floor, how do we address it from both sides, not just Main Street but also Elm Street, and one of the solution we came up with was to make that building kind of that fourth floor distinct and set in, and I think that the new scheme, it still does that. It's taking that new portion, it's setting it off, it's reducing the bulk.
Put the screen back to the new version.
Well, just so you know, Nicole, this was
I remember. Thanks.
Let's see. Yeah, that one's probably the best. That one?
No, I like the other one better.
Which one?
The one you had on before. It showed both of those, but from a different angle.
I thought that was the one.
Okay, it's fine. You can leave it that one.
Yeah, I mean, I have it from above.
No.
The one from Main Street, looking at it at the corner. There you go.
I mean, this one, doing this with the ground floor, street level and the 2 floors above, is certainly in the direction that a lot of the conversation at the Architectural Review Board, I believe, was trying to push it, which was to keep it much simpler and, a very clean, kind of simple building. Michael, is that something accurate, or how do you?
I think that's true, and I think the new option, with the slightly larger 3rd floor and the slightly smaller 4th floor, still meets the intent of what we had asked you to do. So I'm okay with this.
Anybody else have a point of view?
Any other comments from the board?
I mean, I still have an issue with granting in our discretion the 4th floor with all these, it's being higher than it should be and not the 50% of the 3rd floor. I understand that you're trying to make it work, but maybe if the bedrooms were a little bit smaller, then it would work together. I don't know, but I'm just not comfortable personally allowing the 4th floor with an additional 2 variances on top of that. The code was put in for a reason. These rules were put in for a reason. The heights and all the restrictions are there for a reason. I agree with Ed. If other members of the planning board or the architectural review board think that it should be changed, they should make that recommendation. We can discuss it, but the code is what the code is.
Yeah.
I don't think that it was clear to this board when we looked at the design for the 4th floor that it did not meet code. And I think putting a process in place so that we know that would be wise. And I do have concerns, as does Nicole, it sounds like, that, we're approving something that's not to code because it doesn't meet those criteria and is getting the 4th floor.
Okay. Donna?
I might be okay with the height variance. I don't think a foot is that much of an issue, and there is a possibility it may come down a little more than that, and it's not visible really from the aqueduct, or probably wouldn't even be that visible from the street 1 foot. I do have an issue with the more than 50%. We have a precedent. 41 Cedar came to us, and when we discovered later on, near the end of the process, that, oh my gosh, the 4th floor is more than 50%, and it was changed. So we made them do it. So I feel that we sort of have to ask that of you as well.
Okay. Christie?
We as a board voted that it's okay to do a fourth floor in this project. So if we were to do that, I think everything else in the project needs to meet code. And if it doesn't, then I don't support it.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think if we're doing, the code's there for a reason and we should follow that reasoning. And it should meet the code. So I know this is a public hearing, so I'd just like to open it up to the public to see if anyone has any comments. Is there anyone, Jen?
No one has their hand raised, Mayor.
Okay, Patty, so you've heard the result of an informal straw poll. I mean, it's, I won't close the public hearing. If this is your final version, then I will ask that we continue it to the next meeting, and then we'll prepare a resolution that would reflect the thoughts and feelings of the.
Well, if I can ask one question, I mean, is it that it has to be exactly 50%? It can't be 52 or 53%, and if it's 50,
No, it's gotta be 50.
It needs to meet the code.
okay. I mean, I truly do believe that our having kept the garage, which is half the size of the footprint of the site, should have made a difference in that. And I would think that if I were before a zoning board, which I realize I'm not, I would be making the case that that's an unusual circumstance to have these two structures, and that the 50% should take something into consideration of the the fact that we're preserving that garage.
That's why you got the fourth floor, because you were preserving the garage.
Well, but also, you know, if it were up to me, I wouldn't have the fourth floor. I'd have the 3-story building that we thought was a good one. We're accommodating. We're doing what we can. We're working hard cooperatively with all of the different boards with lots of different issues of concern. If what you're going to do is say that the building is acceptable, provided that the fourth floor does not exceed 50% of the third floor, I kind of would rather that you just approved it that way, because I don't think it has anything to do with the way this looks or some belief that you couldn't have it look exactly the same if it was smaller. I'd rather have that and then go back and make the provide the supporting argument to the owner of why the smaller bedrooms will be still okay, and see if he's willing to try and make that work. If you're not going to approve anything unless it's 50%, it's silly for me to try to work on the design to get it to a lesser number if it's not the 50% number. As I said earlier, obviously we can cut the size of the bedrooms from the 12-foot, whatever it is, to say 11 feet. That's probably a third of the way there. And see what, you know, I don't think we can cut the number of bedrooms in the units. I think they need to be 2-bedroom units. It's only 4 units.
My issue is this: I don't want to spend time designing the building. I mean, the code is the code. So as it presents now, the board has decided this way. So I'm going to continue the public hearing until next Board of Trustee meeting.
Unless you wanted to approve it tonight with the 50% limit. And put the, okay.
No, it's just there's just way too much history before we just approve it like that. So I'm gonna.
I don't believe we have a resolution ready, but I think the applicant has gotten a idea that it would be approved if it were compliant. So if you are coming back with compliant plans for the next meeting, we could have a possible resolution drafted.
Is the compliance including the height, or is it just the 50% fourth floor?
I think most people agreed that the height would be okay if it's not.
No, we did not mostly agree on that. Did we? I don't.
I heard a lot of people agree there.
I think that the height and the 50% need to be applied here. We can keep going around again. I feel like I only heard Donna say that.
Yeah, I agree also. The height should be met also.
Vinny, Steve Tilley has his hand raised.
Okay.
Steve, can you hear us?
Yeah, sure. So actually, I just have one comment to make, which doesn't really help Patty's dilemma right now, which is, I think, to me, I don't know, I respect Michael's opinion, but it seems to me the top image that we're looking at is a much better looking composition than the bottom one. And I know the bottom one expands the third floor and decreases the issue with the fourth floor, but in any event, that's my only comment at this point.
Okay, so I'm going to adjourn this meeting until the next Board of Trustee meeting, which I believe is October 27th at 6:30. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? I can't see everybody. Patty, can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Okay. So is there a motion? It's Trustee Taylor, second Trustee Sullivan, all in favor? Okay. Thank you, Patty. The meeting's adjourned next to 2 weeks. Moving along, we have another presentation, a project requiring board review, which is the proposed amendments to the recreation fees. So I know, Ed, we have your memo, which advises us that the planning board did review the rec fees, because we did have a concern with having a flat fee for all construction. And according to the planning board, vote on October 1st, the planning board has indicated that the studio fee, a fee for a studio would be $6,000. A fee for a one-bedroom would be $8,000. A fee for a two-bedroom would be $10,000. A fee for a three-bedroom, $12,000. And a fee for the four-bedroom would be $14,000 plus $2,000 per bedroom above that. So how do we feel about that?
Has Jeff Chuda, he's looked at this and has he looked at this and looked at the finances of it, if it makes any sense? And legally, is this feasible? That's for Laura Lee.
It is legally feasible to change your rec fees. The rec fees are really commensurate with the level of impact the additional residents, those bedroom units, will have on your recreation facilities. So as long as you are undertaking a review of the impacts and you determine there will be impacts in that the developer cannot locate appropriate recreation facilities on the same lot as the bedroom units, that needs to be on a case-by-case basis, then you're welcome to establish fees based upon those bedroom units.
I don't know if Jeff tracks, how the rec fees come in. They come in through the building department and we just hand them over to Jeff under rec fee. Is that right, Jeff? Do you have any sort of database showing how this would affect village income?
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, from what I heard, I wouldn't object to that, to what was presented, but no, I don't have that.
Ed, what's your sense, Ed? Do you think the fees would be the same? Would take a loss?
I would guess they'd be approximately the same, because we just took the average two-bedroom as the basic $10,000 rec fee, and then went down for the smaller units and up for the larger units. So I would assume we'd get about the same amount of money.
I mean, if we look at the generally what kind of projects come in with developments, they're for the most part 2-bedroom units. We get a lot of 2 bedrooms. So that sort of leaves us, I think, in a good place. And I think this is a very fair and sensible approach towards scaling the rec fee, which, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Less people, less demand. So I'm all for this.
I agree with Mike.
Me too.
Harry?
I agree.
Okay, Donna?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to get those 2 points clarified for the record.
Okay, I agree with it too. I think it's fairer. It makes more sense. So I think we should put that in motion. So Laura Lee, how do I put that in motion?
Well, there is another question in the memo, so be sure
Oh,
that you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Do we charge for additional bedrooms added under a building permit?
yes.
So
Oh, right, yeah.
if you recall, this came up under conversation with somebody who's converting a commercial space into a residential unit to accommodate additional family members living in a compound arrangement. So
I think that would pay no matter what. That's converting from commercial space to residential. The question in the memo was if somebody were to expand. So it's not something you have to act on. It was just a question, say if you had an existing 2-bedroom residential unit and you put an addition on it and say added 2 more bedrooms, would there then be a $4,000 rec fee for those 2 additional bedrooms, hypothetically?
And my concern, because I discussed this with Ed also about that, is that if you have a loft space, is that a studio? And then if they put bedrooms in, that should be taken into consideration. So I think that should be in there about the, if a bedroom is added, that they've got to pay it.
I think that seems excessive if you're putting an addition on your house. I mean, you're talking more, Donna, if somebody's like adding like an accessory apartment that they could rent out or something. I mean, if I have a small dot, which a lot of homes in Dobbs Ferry are really small, or capes or whatever, and you want to add 2 bedrooms because for your own family, I don't know that they already have to deal with the sprinkler law. If they have 50% more, they have to incur the big expense of the sprinklers. I think that's a bit obtrusive for our residents.
I agree with that. I think the intent, I mean, in my understanding of this is that if you're building new housing stock, but I think that if you are creating an extra bedroom in your apartment or your home, there's already a fair amount of building department fees that accompany that. I would not be for having a fee for adding a bedroom to an existing property.
And the taxes, everybody's taxes are increased or reassessed every year. So they should be taxed appropriately if they're adding a bedroom, correct?
They're reassessed on any building permit. Assessor's office reassesses.
Right. So that's what I mean. Like our rec would in theory be getting more tax dollars from them because
Well, rec fee is a one-time thing, not a tax. So it's just
the money that we get via taxes that goes to pay towards recreation. That's what I mean, I guess.
Larry?
I don't think that we should be putting a rec fee and adding that to the cost of somebody adding a bedroom or an addition on their house. But I otherwise agree with this scale.
Yeah, I agree that I don't think we should add an additional fee for someone adding a bedroom to their house. So.
But I will say that I agree with Ed. I don't think what Laura Lee, the incident we're talking about where this came up, like that, he's not just making an addition, he's converting something into a unit that's rentable, commercial space to a 1-bedroom, and that would seem to fall under something that would require a rec fee because you're creating additional housing, right?
Yes.
Right.
I just want to be clear about that.
Right. That scenario is already covered in your code. I think this question has to do with, say, your children are getting to the age where they want separate bedrooms, and heretofore they had bunk beds, 1 bedroom. So again, it really goes back to the impact. Are you impacting the recreation facilities by adding the
So I
bedrooms?
think the majority is against the added bedroom fee. So the question that was just to Laura Lee, how do we word this in the code change?
Okay, I think your rec fees are included in your master fee schedule. I can confirm that with
So just change of the fee schedule.
Draper, but you can pass the master fee schedule can be revised by a simple resolution, passing a simple resolution of the board. we changed, as you recall, we changed the local code to say all those fees would be set forth in a separate document, which can then be revised simply without a local law.
So that can be done next meeting?
You can pass the resolution as action tonight, or you could wait till the next meeting. It's up to the board if they would like to move forward with this and get it in place. You can pass a simple resolution, simple resolution. You can say, resolve to, make this change.
Okay, let's do it tonight then. We can move forward with it. So is there a motion to modify the rec fees as outlined in the memorandum? And I'll outline that again, is studio fee for a studio, $6,000, fee for a 1-bedroom, $8,000, fee for a 2-bedroom, $10,000, fee for a 3-bedroom, $12,000, fee for a 4-bedroom, $14,000, and $2,000 per bedroom above 4. Is there a motion? Trustee Sullivan, second Trustee Taylor, all in favor? Okay, that passes unanimously.
And if you would like council to just prepare a simple resolution for Liz based upon your motion, I can do that as well.
I would, thank you.
Okay.
And Liz is working on the fee schedule so that we have some changes on that, and that'll be added to it, and that'll be coming back to the board for approval soon anyway. So it'll all be incorporated.
Okay, let's move to number 3, which is 58 Colonial Avenue construction. So I know that the AHRB has approved the applicant's improvements with certain conditions, which is the new proposed retaining wall should not exceed 30 inches in height. The new proposed retaining wall will be positioned to avoid adverse impacts on the existing trees along the sidewalk in the right-of-way, specifically to control dirt to wash out the sidewalk, and the wood tie shall be stained to match the color of the house. Patty, I know this is yours. Do you want to speak on it?
Yeah, I mean, I can show you the images if you need to see them, but I don't know that that's necessary. We did stake the site with the property lines, the setbacks, so people could go by and take a look. Planning board acted on it. The architectural review board acted on it. I think it's really simple, and it would just be, I would think that what you'd need to do is request that Laura Lee produces some kind of a written agreement that the owners would have to sign, that they recognize that the improvements within the right-of-way is, effectively belong to the village, although they're fully responsible for the maintenance.
Also indemnification, if anything. I don't expect anything to happen. It looks like it's fine, but I've learned that never take anything for granted, and the indemnification for the village, if anything, on village right-of-way should go wrong. Especially, I don't know if the stairs are being moved off the village right-of-way or not, but the stairs, we did this at Beacon Hill when there were stairs on the village right-of-way. We made them indemnify the village for any accidents.
Sure.
Laura Lee?
I can prepare a resolution, a license agreement to permit this with the conditions as you've described them.
So can we vote on this subject to that, or should we wait until you actually have that done?
So you can take a motion to approve it with the conditions as you have stated, and once the motion is up, that any further discussion, and you can authorize me to draft the license agreement and for appropriate signature by the mayor.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the project as outlined by me and with the conditions set forth by the AHRB and the planning board? Is there a motion? Trustee Casal, second Trustee Taylor. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that passes unanimously. So Laura Lee, if you would.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving to the presentation part of the agenda. And we have the police chief here who's going to request a new department oversight software. So welcome, chief, and the floor is yours.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Board of Trustees. How's everybody? Jen's going to assist me with the PowerPoint presentation. The reason why we're here, looking for the board's permission to pursue this, is all regards to Governor Cuomo's executive order 203 that was signed over the summer regarding the New York State Police Reform and Reinvention Collaborative. So trying to get ahead of the curve, I started looking at some ways that we could start trending towards making those changes that New York State is looking for. Jen, can we go to slide 2? So now, as I've said in the past, Dobbs Ferry, we've been New York State DCJS accredited continuously since 1994, and I think that I spoke to most of the board members last year when we'd gone through the reaccreditation process, which brought some outside assessors, just ensuring that our manual department guidelines are following the setup that DCJS has for us, and that is something that's continuously evolving. So I don't want to bore you with the basic understanding of the accreditation process, but we have been accredited by the state for a very long time. Jen, can we go to the next slide, please? And basically, that's 110 standards that we have been doing part-time among several officers, broken up across administration, training, and operations, and that kind of sets up everything that we do. And that's been the backbone of this police department under the previous chiefs, and we adhere to that. And that's we have to meet these 110 minimum standards. However, with Executive Order 203, that involves by April 1st passing a local law that we are trying to evolve and improve the police department. And in that order, they touch on transparency, policies, procedures, use of force. So that's why I thought I would talk to you now to see if we would have permission to start potentially trending towards another level of accreditation. And so one of the things that I thought about, Jen, next slide, please, is that within New York, we are one of about 125 out of a little over 500 agencies in the state that have achieved the DCJS. But certain events around the country have highlighted a need for change within the state. And so one of the things I was thinking about was while we are maintaining our certification and we adhere to the best practices of New York State, we have been impacted by certain events outside of the New York State. So I was looking at a national accreditation that we could potentially pursue. Jen, can we go to the next slide? And you can see some of the challenges that we've had. And so that's why I really want to be proactive on this entire setup. So, certainly we want to make sure that the police relations with our community are continuously evolving. We want to make sure that, we cannot operate without the trust of our residents. And we are Dobbs Ferry, and we want to make sure that the police department is continuously able to meet their expectations of what law enforcement should be. Obviously, we have the governor's mandate that we have to have some type of reform plan passed by April 1st. And additionally, I'm looking to reduce the paperwork and improve our record keeping. Jen, can we move on to the next slide? So what we were looking at initially when I talked about the national accreditation, there's something called CALIA, which they are a gold standard in public safety, and they are a national accredited or credentialing agency. And so my hope, with the board's permission, if we start making the move to try and attempt to achieve another type of certification, which would go along with Executive Order 203 is try to achieve this CLIA accreditation. There are two tiers involved. The lower tier is the 180 national standards. There is also a second tier, which is 450 standards. Now, compare that side by side with New York State's 110. You can see that that is a much more ambitious undertaking. And unfortunately, there, like anything else, there are costs associated, and I'll touch on that later on in the presentation. But talking with some CLIA representatives, their advice initially was if this was something we were seriously interested in pursuing, they suggested we go towards 180 first to understand how the process works, get the paperwork that's involved in place, and then if we were to look to the next tier of the 450, to do that during the second assessment cycle, which is approximately every 4 years. They would look at assessors would come in, or depending on where we are at, it would be done online. They would do the assessments remotely. Part of the CLIA, and I'll kind of explain afterwards, is that CLIA works with a software system called Power DMS. So if we were to pursue that, Power DMS is the online portal that the standards are all linked through. They are a sole source proprietor, so that is the only software that actually works with CLIA. And that would enable to link in with the standards that CLIA sets forward, and any upgrades that we do as we improve our department manual, our rules and regulations, both from policy, use of force, would be synced into the Power DMS software. And that is kind of where we go. Jen, can we move to the next slide? So again, this is what we were looking at, was that this might increase the accountability and credibility of this agency and our municipality. By pursuing the CLIA, we would maintain what would be the highest standards for public safety on a national scale. Like I said, if we are being compared to outside events, I would like to try to tailor our department manual so that it reflects the best practices across the country. And, that will provide the guidance that that we need to ensure the accountability that that we've always maintained. But this is something that would be, when we talk about transparency, this is a completely voluntary process. In New York State alone, I think there's only about 5 current agencies that have attempted to go for the CLIA accreditation. And across the country, it's a very small amount because it is difficult to try to achieve. But I do believe that we certainly can achieve it. Within Westchester, we're fortunate. Scarsdale is the only other agency in Westchester that is dual accredited both by DCJS and CLIA. They have been accredited since like 1989 or so, continuously as well. The others are Orange County Sheriff's Office and several upstate in the Syracuse area. So that would be a big deal if we could get there, if that's something that the village sought to have us pursue. Jen, can we go to the next slide? So I just wanted to kind of show you an idea of kind of what a standard would look like in the CLIA accreditation. So, they set up that, with bias policing, they will set up the 3 points and they'll give information on how you should get there. And this is very similar to how New York State DCJS standards are set up, that they're going to give you a baseline and then they're going to give you points that you'd have to hit. So for us to maintain the policy, we would have to show compliance on 1, 2, and 3 sub for, say, section 1.2.9 within their standard. And so that would kind of work its way through everything else. There may be some overlap with the New York State DCJS. I would imagine we wouldn't be creating a second manual. What we would be doing is just creating a stronger manual that would ensure that our policies are still complying with what New York State is saying, as well as ensuring that we are practicing the best practices within the CALIA model. Jen, can we go to the next slide? So the process itself, it's kind of 5 steps. The first is the enrollment, and that's if we're given permission to pursue this, we would contact CALIA, we would do the self-enrollment, and then there's the self-assessment phase. So upon the initial enrollment, an agency has up to 3 years to get all of their department standards into compliance with the CALIA model, at which point they notify CALIA and set up the actual assessment. Certainly you could get it done quicker, but it would be no more than 3 years from the initial point of enrollment. After that assessment, you would get your review decision, and if they determine you've met every standard, then you would become accredited, and then you have to maintain that accreditation, which would be very, very similar to what we've been doing with the DCJS accreditation process. The only issue is that it would require me restructuring our current manpower within the department because of the amount of standards, because this would be a second accreditation process. This would require somebody working on this this on a full time. It wouldn't be able to just have it kind of done on a part-time, especially because there is a financial investment, which, you know, had potentially Executive Order 203 not come down, we might not have this discussion. But Jen, can we go to the next slide? So these are some basic costs. And as far as the assessment fees, they're based off of department size. So there is an initial enrollment fee of $11,500. So that would be due at the point in time where we actually make the application to become, you know, to attempt to achieve the CALIA standard. And then we have from that point up to 3 years to notify them that we believe we are prepared for the assessment. It's at that point when we believe we've made that decision and we believe we're in compliance, the second assessment fee would come in. And then after achieving the accreditation process, then we were looking at an annual fee of $4,600. So nothing, you know, this would not be what we're talking about right now is nothing that I would be requiring right now. That would be something for the future, say 2021, 2022, as we're looking into next year. Budgeting wise, we could roll that into, and we could discuss that at length for the next budget. But certainly to try to get ahead of any potential pitfalls as we look to reinvent the Dobbs Ferry Police Department. Some of this stuff, certainly I would like to try to get potentially rolling with as we move towards that and, you know, that April 1st deadline. So, you know, some of those things, like I said, could be, you know, would not be one lump sum cost next year. It would be rolled out potentially into the year after, depending on how we're moving with all the standards. Jen, can you go to the next slide? So with the Power DMS, that comes with the CALIA fees, which is just basically enables us to gain through the portal because they work with CALIA and they set up the standards. If the CALIA was not something that potentially we're interested in right away, the other thing that I would like to do is have permission to purchase the Power DMS software because there are other modules that we do not have access with just simply being CALIA accredited. And I forwarded to everybody some quotes just so you have an idea of some costs, but there are additional modules that they said do not come with the basic CALIA package. That would enable us though to get all of my New York State DCJS accreditation paperwork away from paper. I would like to get that online and working. We can take that information off paper and sync that into the Power DMS, which will improve, you know, one, a little bit more sustainability as we move away from paper, on all of our accreditation standards. But the Power DMS module itself would give us access to their training modules, their documentation, and public-facing documents. So that was something else as far as the transparency, where we could link as we do updates for certain portions of the manual, we can link that through the department website. So as we make changes, they're automatically, public-facing documents would be linked to the village website. So if residents, had certain questions, say about use of force, and if we make changes, those things would be segued in easily to try to increase transparency for the public as they look at what we have. It also increases the accountability and helps with training, which is another big issue cited, that we have to maintain a certain amount of hours of training per officer per year. Power DMS can ensure that we maintain all the training as that is put into the system, and it can make alerts. We have better tracking. Right now, everything is done on paper. So when we do training, things are left at the front desk area. And I'm just looking to streamline that and try to move this department towards a more professional area. And unfortunately, yes, this does cost money, but like I said, this would be something that if we could potentially look into going to even sooner than CALIA, which we could take a look at next year if I was going to try to sign up for that, whether we could work on the calendar year or we set it up so it's worked on the fiscal year for the village. But I could get the Power DMS into place, working with our DCGS standards. So we become very familiar with it. So it just becomes easier once we move into CALIA. Jen, the next slide. And so these are just some, so I was explaining some of the things that Power DMS helps, is that officers will have access to department policies and training tools right from their mobile devices, from the cars as well. There's no more need, while we would keep a manual in headquarters, manual becomes, it's in the cloud. So it's easily accessible from the car. They receive the notifications, updates when policies change. They can actually see the differences and what is actually, if we just even remove one word, the new manual will highlight what has been changed so that they understand that. And everything moves online. We eliminate a lot of the paperwork that is taking up a lot of space, both the next room and downstairs. So as every year goes by, we have to move our accreditation folders and continue to store them. And that's a lot of paper that we're burning through with just DCGS New York State alone. Jen, the next slide, please. Accountability. I think that's something that we all understand, that we can set up testing, that the officers test through the program, and shows that there is understanding with the training modules. We can track reports, and it will help manage the accreditation proofs, which are necessary both for DCGS and CALIA. We can scan in our proofs of compliance without saving those pieces of paper. Jen, the next slide. And again, going back to the transparency, on that quote was the optional public-facing documents platform, which enables our policies to be open for public review, and they're automatically updated. Reduces possibility of inconsistency and staff time for these web updates. Jen, the next slide. And again, talk about cost benefit, quarterly, just with New York State accreditation. We try to every quarter split up the training folders among several officers who have had the assessor training, and go through, because it's time consuming. It has to be done on the DCGS. We try to do it quarterly because you don't want to fall behind with the paperwork. With the CALIA, with the standards, this requires a lot more oversight, and the Power DMS will help us with that. Jen, the next slide. So you can see that we had with the Power DMS as a standalone to access those extra modules I was discussing. Those would be the current quotes, say if we have permission beginning November to roll through the remaining 7 months prorated. And that's what we'd be looking at for 21-22. That would be the annual subscription. And they are linked with, with New York State DCGS accreditation. So that's what we were looking at, Power DMS. Next slide, Jen. So you can kind of, again, I just wanted to see some of the basic costs potentially that we'd be looking at. But again, a lot of these big numbers would only come in phases, so we could certainly stagger them with with our fiscal year, so that we understand where that money is going. Next slide, Jen. And so that's kind of a quick rundown in regards to both CALIA, Power DMS. Like I said, I appreciate taking the time. I was just trying to think outside the box to try to maintain compliance with the Executive Order 203, looking for potential savings with maybe the insurance. If we have another accreditation that would be attached to the Village of Dobbs Ferry. Like I said, this would be a tremendous undertaking if this is something that you think is worthwhile. And that's kind of what I have.
Thank you, Chief. You did a great job. I appreciate it. Any questions or comments for the Chief?
I had a question. So I think you said it, but I just want to confirm I heard it right, that you'd be doing the CALIA in addition to the New York State accreditation?
Yes.
Is there any overlap cost savings by doing CALIA? So like a lot of the accreditation 110 things are also part of the 180 or something?
No, it's I would seek to maintain the both. You know, the one nice thing with the DCGS is that outside of the manpower, New York State doesn't charge for the accreditation. So I would just continue maintaining the New York State accreditation, just adding CALIA, and just create a stronger. An agency is only as good as its department manual. I mean that's what I believe. And so by maintaining the best standards as New York State feels, and then adding the best practice across the country, I think only potentially just strengthen. So we would only have one manual. We would just, they would be side by side per se within the cloud of the Power DMS.
And is the administrative position you were talking about, that's a police officer or that's a layperson?
Correct. I would just restructure the current.
It has to be a police officer?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my question too. Yeah.
This is amazing, Chief. I think this is really great research and a great clear process for moving forward and adapting to everything that's going on right now and all the realizations everybody's coming to. And plus digitizing files. I mean, A+, that's an A. I love that. So I'm all for this. And I think that the majority of our residents would also agree and be happy to have their tax dollars going to this type of effort.
I hate to be a wet blanket here, but I just wanted to ask a sort of follow up on the question that Nicole asked. And so if there's you don't require a new hire, but it does require a full-time person to be putting together the CALIA accreditation, but then in the maintenance of that, will you have someone full-time doing that indefinitely? Or, and if so, I just want to, we should look at it for what the true cost is, not for what the CALIA cost is minimum, is nominal compared to if you have a full-time person definitely dedicated to that. I'm just curious.
Right. Yeah, so, that officer would do that with the accreditation, and I would roll the DCGS accreditation under that same umbrella so that they're focused on policy, training, standards. So for as long as we maintain the accreditation, as long as I'm here, we will be an accredited New York State at minimum. And if we get the opportunity to go for CALIA, You know, I'm not diving into this to fail. So if we make the enrollment, we're going to make sure that we achieve compliance and gain that. So yes, that officer would that would be the job within the department.
But Chief, I think the main part of Mike's question is, you know, you're moving a lieutenant to do this, but somebody was already entering data and all this information. This is not like totally new. It's not like 100% of his time doing this entry is new. It's additional hours,
Right.
maybe, but there was already hours being put in.
Yeah, with
to do a lot of this, right?
Correct. With the DCJS, we've been able to maintain that by breaking that down quarterly, sharing the work. By adding the CALIA, because of the amount of standards, and certainly as I look down the line, you know, 180 plus the 110, that requires you know, paying attention to all the different jobs we have coming in, paying attention to all the training. There's going to be, you know, standards that are required through there that just puts a tremendous amount of workload if we were to continue breaking it up, how we've been doing DCJS. So that's why, you know, I would want that being a dedicated position if we're going to follow through with this. I hope I answered the question.
I think the point is some office load off of other officers and conglomerating it all onto one.
Correct.
Would that be correct?
Yes, yes. We would be shifting the workload.
But is it a full-time position every year? I mean, I feel like you got to
Yes.
in how reaccreditation. It's every year.
It would be yeah, that would just be the position within the department. Whether it's
So, but how often is the accreditation?
Well, so every 4 years for the CALIA, but every year you have to forward paperwork that you have to the assessors. So they kind of are going to highlight once a year. They'll say, send us X amount of standards, and they'll start taking a look at it. The following year, they're going to ask for another set of standards. So by the time you hit your 4th year, they've kind of looked at all your previous CALIA standards. And then they're just looking as one giant group, and then they're going to make sure that you have been continuously maintaining. So that would be the area of question is making sure that we have all the areas of compliance that are required. At the same time, you know, that officer would still be doing the New York State accreditation, ensuring that the proper paperwork is being placed into the online portal to make sure that those 110 standards are also being met. So it just becomes very labor intensive, just paying attention to everything that's coming in daily on our jobs and training and things along those lines, that it's being put into and creating you know, these policies and you know, making sure that they're uploaded. And certainly my intention is to cross-train so other officers understand, you know, nothing's going to be just put into one hand. Other officers will be involved assisting just so that they can see the process, but we're going to have that one person handling the actual implementation.
So you won't be adding another officer, but you will be promoting another officer. Is that correct?
I'd be moving, yes, correct. We'd be just readjusting the department structure.
All right. And there would be a cost.
Ask another question. Does this national standard enable you to, you know, to look elsewhere for, you know, sort of funding or grants or any other related things? Does it put you in any kind of category that is helpful in other ways?
Yes. So, well, what will help us certainly as far as the grants, but even more so, we'll have access to other standards and other department policies from other agencies around the country that are CALIA accredited. So that's the nice thing, is it's not just, we're not on an island to ourselves. We would have access to take a look at, you know, how other agencies are implementing certain aspects that they might be dealing with, which we may never deal with, but still there is a wealth of knowledge beyond the borders of Dobbs and Westchester and New York State that we could tap into and bring over to us as far as when we start looking at best practices.
Well, we may want to wait until we hear from Jeff about the current state.
Correct.
But it sounds like it's a worthwhile thing, and maybe we could dip our toes into it by just doing the DMS first, and then
That would be great.
wait until the next year for the Kalea.
That's fine.
Thanks for the presentation. Any other questions for the chief regarding this?
Thank you.
Even if you haven't started to register for the Kalea, can you still start working? Like, is there any information that you get or can have about it to be working toward it without already being registered for it?
So I've talked to Scarsdale. The chief has been very helpful, and they have said that they will help us whenever we need it. So certainly I can get a copy of their department manual just to get an idea of what we need to implement, so that if we're looking, say, the 2022 fiscal year and beyond, so we could start at least putting things into place. But certainly having then the Power DMS with those other modules will help us as we become familiar with that portal. So yeah, if I could get one of the things put together, Power DMS would be great. If that's something that you're interested in moving towards, we can kind of get our feet wet with that as we push forward.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll discuss it and we'll let you know.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board of Trustees.
Okay. You're next on the loading zone.
Next on the loading zone, correct. Okay. So I had an opportunity to take a walk through the business district with Ed. I guess we'd gotten some concerns from some of the businesses that Main Street, Cedar Street can get backed up with a lot of the trucks making deliveries and trying to find a sensible balance, if you will, where because our business owners, obviously we know they need to have deliveries made to the business district. At the same time, we want to make sure that our residents and our guests can get through the business district to get to the locations that they're getting to. So, talking with Ed, we looked at the possibly creating, if this is something that the board is interested in doing, implementing some loading zones in the business district. So, Jen, can we go to slide 2? That's been the crux of the problem, is the double parking. Trucks can't make U-turns, and it creates a traffic jam at different parts during the day. So Jen, next slide. So we thought of a couple solutions, possibly creating 2 different loading zone locations, 2 on Main, 2 on Cedar, and essentially they would operate between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. We tried to tie the loading zone in to the parking meters when they cease being enforced, so that we don't detract from some of the residents and guests who want to use some of the restaurants, so that there would be parking available for the evening. And so as we looked at some of the zones, they were going to take approximately 8 parking spaces out of that daytime use. But after 6 p.m., parking would resume. Anybody could stay there. And one of the nice things would that be is that we could then take some of those parking meter heads off the stanchions, which would reduce those wireless fees. Jen, next slide, please. So just looking at some implications, basically best case scenario is, if those parking meters were being utilized in a perfect world, that is the potential loss of spaces. Obviously, with things being as they are, and even in a perfect world, that is not the norm. But we do know that by reducing the wireless payments for meter heads, some of the meter heads were single heads, at $850 a month, you'd be looking at $408 a year taken off of the budget line in regards to the wireless fees. Jen, next slide. So talking with Ed, and when we were looking around, we came up with some potential locations, and we tried to tie the loading zones into areas where either there was a driveway in front or like a, so to speak, some space where try to eliminate the double parking to make it easier where these trucks could easily slide into the space and get themselves off the road proper. So one potential location was in front of Go Greenlee on Cedar Street. We had another spot kind of opposite of Stolen Moments and was the old Cafe Latte. We were thinking that might require moving a handicap space back one because there's a driveway that we could potentially create a loading zone there to make it easier. And that kind of splits Cedar, that you have one kind of towards the east side of the street and you got a loading zone on the west side, one on the north and one on the south. So it kind of helps these trucks both coming and going out of Cedar. On Main Street, we were looking at potentially the last space on Main before you get to Cedar as a potential spot for a loading zone. And then we had potentially two. It would really be up to the Board of Trustees if what you might think, possibly one in front of High Smiley's or across from Harper's might be a second location for that lower part of Main Street. Jen, next slide. Just a simple overhead view, just so you can kind of see where they could potentially be on Main Street as far as, we don't want them on top of each other, and we also don't want them to be too far away from some of the restaurants. So that was just kind of like the idea. You could either go further south on Main by Doubledays or the area of High Smiley, and then certainly one towards the top of Main to facilitate some of the restaurants and businesses up top. Jen, next slide. And then Cedar, we were just looking at, again, most of the business is kind of before that bend. So that would, having one on the north side of Cedar, one on the south side kind of helps out and kind of breaks up that section of the business district, which hopefully will make it easier for these trucks to kind of get in. They can do their unloading and then traffic can still flow smoothly. Jen, next slide. And so that was kind of, pretty quick and easy. I mean, ultimately, just curious what you thought in regards to that as a potential option in helping our businesses and still making sure that traffic can flow easy, so we don't have these backups when some of these, it can get really messy if we have two box trucks, one on the north side of Cedar, one on the south side, kind of delivering at the same time, and then traffic has to cut across. It's the PD, we want to work with our businesses. We're not here to, they're trying to make a business run. And so we're just looking at potential ways that might help them. That's really what it comes down to.
I had a couple of questions. First is, how would enforcement work? Because these delivery guys are used to parking as close as they can, double parking as close as they can to the restaurant. It's quicker for them and they have less distance to carry things. So you're going to have to force people to use these, I would guess, rather than just stopping in front as they always have.
Correct. So I think it becomes a little bit easier that we can, through summons at that point, if there is a physical loading zone that, this is what's here for you, you have to use it. I think that they'll get that pretty quick. We actually, we were speaking with a delivery driver during one of our walkthroughs, and he was like, yeah, that would be great. That, he was pretty pleased about the thought that he wouldn't have to double park. So I think a lot of these drivers are pretty regular. So I think that they would understand pretty quickly, where those zones are. So enforcement becomes a little bit easier that, we can, if we have somebody parked improperly, we can make contact, or park enforcement can make contact, and we'll be able to direct them to the nearest loading zone. They may have to walk, but at least it gets them off the road. And if they choose not to, then If a summons is applicable, then that would be the case. But at least they would have the option to get off the street proper.
And then if I understand this right, we'd lose those spaces on Saturdays for, shoppers or people who are, because there's probably more of a push. You would know better than me, but I think there's more of a push on Saturdays for downtown parking spaces where people are coming to run errands and the like.
Correct. So unfortunately, yes, that is the downside, is that by the creation of the loading zone, it does detract during a portion of the day for that parking. That is correct.
What is the fee for fine for double parking? And is there a way, can we legally raise it to make it more enforceable?
Let's see, not sure if I have the double parking. I'm not sure if that was 25. There are certainly, let's see here. $75 is double parking. $75. Certainly, if the board chose to raise some of the fines, that is certainly your prerogative. If that was something you were interested in, I guess that could be presented if I got the right process on that. But it's 75 according to my notes.
I think that something like this could really be helpful in Cedar. It's a big, big problem. The double parking, especially double parking on both sides, we have to navigate in and out during the week in particular. And I'd be interested personally to ask a couple of the business owners just to get feedback, not just to have an informed decision. And but I think that doing something like this would be great. I'm not sure whether or not it's necessary all the way down on Main, because I don't unless you can speak to more problems. I know Readers has a lot of deliveries and that makes sense, but I'm not sure how many deliveries cause traffic issues down the rest of Main Street. I know for sure it's a huge Cedar problem. So then in effect, we could potentially not take away all 8 parking spots and do all of those loading zones. We could just do some, but that would be something we could consider.
I was thinking maybe of a traffic engineer to take a look at this, but I don't know how much that would cost. And I know that we've been, trying to work with a planner, and maybe that's something that we could fold into this. Someone who's trained in that and come up with better numbers or hard and fast numbers. But, I don't know, because giving up 8 spots is a lot of spots to give up.
It would seem to me to make sense, to Christie's comment about getting some input anecdotally from business owners, to have a public hearing or some form where business owners and residents could, offer their opinions and ideas about this. Because I think it would be a major change for a lot of folks. I think it's a good idea myself, but others may have a different opinion.
And we could certainly put it on for some kind of maybe a public hearing or something to get feedback. Because I think you're right in the sense that trucks are going to pull up in front of the restaurant and do delivery. For them to walk a half a block, I don't know. So, but it comes down to enforcement then. So
that was the idea of the multiple loading zones. So, the chief and I were talking about enforcement, and it's easy enough to stop pedestrians, residential cars from double parking and enforcing that. But to try and enforce the trucks not to double park is hurting the businesses. So if we were to give them spaces for loading zones, that would enable us to enforce it and keep the roads clear. But if we were to just do one on the top of Cedar, then, the lower part of Cedar and the middle part, they might not be able to walk that far or not be inclined to walk that far with the hand trucks and all this stuff. And the only one that I would think would possibly, we gave you 2 spots for Lower Main, 2 options. But if neither of those 2 options are acceptable and you wanted to reduce the 8 spots, I would say the lower part of Main would be the most logical choice to eliminate, because there is one existing loading space on Chestnut. So would people would trucks park on Chestnut, or would there be too many trucks, and then would they roll their hand trucks around and go all the way up Main, halfway up towards, all the businesses around the town hall, and then go down from Chestnut to the few remaining ones down there? Or would that be too far for them? I think that's the main question, the Lower Main Street one.
How many spots did we, in the end, allocate for the outdoor dining parklet program? Curiosity.
So we had
21?
22 or 21?
We had 50 barriers. Elisa, how many spots do you recall? I can do it by memory if I add.
Okay,
I think 21 sounds right, something like that.
Yeah,
I don't actually have the
And
exact.
I think, I guess the question, for the chief or for Mr. Manley, how has that had a tremendous impact on parking in the village? Because one way for us to think about this is, we could implement this, after the parklet program is no longer
The
necessary.
idea was not to do it during the parklets, but there's still, as I drive around, there's still a lot of empty spots on Main and Cedar, even with the parklets. And we do have 99 Cedar for people on Saturdays who are coming in to shop or use restaurants. We have that parking lot.
But I just think that, if we managed parking after having eliminated 20 spaces, plus having some spaces that are dedicated for, pickup, like the 15-minute pickup, then I think we could very easily accommodate the loss of 8 spaces to decongest the village, which is, one of the reasons that a lot of people don't go into the village, because it's such a hassle sometimes. So I'm all for this. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it should just simply follow the end of the parklet program.
Absolutely. That's what we were thinking.
Do the loading docks or the loading zones have to not be parking on the weekends? Or could they be loading zones for Monday through Friday?
Well, I think businesses still get deliveries on Saturdays, probably not Sundays, but when we poll the business owners, we could ask them that too, if they could restrict their deliveries to weekdays.
And Ed, as far as the meters, could we not then put back the old meters in those spaces so that it would so you don't have to pay the internet fee for it? Or would that not be feasible?
I don't know, that's a question for the chief. I don't know if we want to mix types of meters, but.
Yeah, Don, I would think that for simplicity, we try to maintain the standard that we have. But it's a good point that you raise. I wonder if, say, we only had Monday through Friday for the loading zone, as Park Mobile comes online, potentially we could just zone that loading zone, just throwing it out there, as that would be pay by the phone app possibly. Just something to potentially think about, that so that without putting that meter head back in. I don't know. I'm not sure. What does the board think about that?
In theory, when we get the what's it called, Park Mobile, that should help with our fees anyway, right? If people start using their mobile versus their credit card on the meters, that would help reduce the fees. And then if the loading zones were also parking spots, maybe it's to save the spots for the residents that we'd be losing it could be during day hours, not evening. I don't know. I guess there's a lot to discuss. I don't know that we're going to hash it out right now, right?
All the loading zones definitely go back to parking in the evening.
Oh, so then they would be parking spots. They just wouldn't be.
Yes, in the evening, there's still parking spots. And in the evening, you don't need to feed the meter anyway. So they
Right.
become free parking just like everything else.
Gotcha. So really, it would only be Saturdays if we were keeping the meters, and I don't know if that's worth it because we're
Yeah.
probably not going to be able to change the deliveries like that for the businesses.
So, I mean, I think Mike makes a good point that if we're returning back 21 spots, loss of 8 should be accommodated. But maybe Alyssa and Christy could work on some type of a poll or survey that downtown businesses can participate in, and then we can take a look at that and see what the feelings are.
Yep. I can work on that.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation, and we'll pursue that. Thank you. Thank you, Ed, as well.
You're welcome.
Next item is the village treasurer to give us an update on our finances.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Share my screen. Oh, I'm getting the same thing Patty was getting. There we go. All right. Just quickly before I get into the slides, I have a quotation that was provided to me by DPW. Ed's seen it as well, for a purchase of supplies to help reduce the spread or keep the spread of COVID down at Village Hall, which includes some touchless soap and sanitizer dispensers and a couple of electrostatic handheld sprayers to spray surfaces and air. With the electrostatic, it pulls particles into the spray to kill the virus. That quote is for just shy of $8,600. But it's one of those things that we wanted to make the board aware of as we continue on, and it's part of the financial summary, financial condition. All right. Okay. So I just wanted to start where we're at. 2019-20, we had a surplus at year end on unappropriated fund balance. What I would call our savings account at May 31st was $3.2 million, which is approximately 19% of the 19-20 operating budget. And there may be questions as to why a surplus. We did see a reduction in some revenues in the last quarter of 19-20, but we also saw a reduction of expenditures, non-payroll expenditures in that same time frame. But village finances are strong. We recently were reaffirmed at a big A, little A2 by Moody's rating, and we're not designated as being in fiscal stress by New York State's stress monitoring system. Okay, so why did this not? Okay, well, I had some, I had a graph on here, but apparently it's not here. Property taxes are about 73% of budgeted revenues. On average, at least in the time that I've been here, we've seen collections of just shy of 98% of the tax levy by the end of September. This year, we were at 97.39%. To me, that's in line with the average. Then we continue to slowly collect through the balance of the year, including generating penalty revenues as well. And I anticipate that trend to continue this year as well. So sales tax revenues are 10% of our budget. The big drop off that happened on sales tax was between March and May, excuse me. And you see a big rebound in June and a flattening in July and August. My take is unless there's a spike, another big spike in COVID cases, I think we'll at least match budget on the sales taxes. Hotel taxes, same idea. Big drop off in March to May. It is starting to come back now, and we need to average just shy of $8,000 per month to meet what we budgeted for sales for hotel tax. I kind of focused on revenues because those are the area. That's the area we have a little less control over. On the expense side, we can not make purchases other than our payroll and benefits and debt payments that we have to make. So gross receipt taxes, I expect those to come in as budgeted. Parking meters, 3.2% of the budget. Those have been down. Those are down pretty significantly. However, we are working on getting the permitting system up and running online in the near future. Building permits, 2.6 of the budgeted, currently trending to meet budget. Actually, there's some larger projects that are coming up. Maybe we'll actually even exceed budget. So court fines are just under 2% of the budget. There was and is a backlog of cases. Court is working to catch that up, and that's trending to meet budget as well. Rec fees, 2% of the budget. Like camp fees, not the recreation fund fees, but camp. Those are canceled this year, so we had no expenditures as well. So, you're looking at the revenue side of it, 95% of the budgeted revenues are either going to come in as anticipated or are eliminated with offsetting expenditures. So where we're going, the 2020-21 budget, as you remember, was right at the beginning of the COVID crisis. So we anticipated and adjusted budget line items to cut costs this year. Strong property tax collection again this year. Interest rates are low, so interest earnings may not meet the budget. However, we did issue refunding bonds at a really phenomenal 0.27%, saving taxpayers about $165,000 in interest over the next 5 years. So, and like I was saying, expenditures other than the payroll and related benefits are still being very closely monitored by yourself, the board, the administrator, and the treasurer, and we'll make no unnecessary purchases from this budget. And unlike some of the larger municipalities out there, there are no anticipated layoffs or furloughs at this time. And this is all, related to a very conservative budgeting process that we go through here at the village. And that's all I have. Is there any questions?
Thanks, Jeff. It's a great job, very informative. Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I'd echo that. Jeff, we really appreciate the job that you're doing to keep the expenses in line and to track our revenues to make sure that we are doing well. And, you know, the work that's been done over the years to put the village in a strong financial position is paying off. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Jeff.
Better than I would have anticipated. Good.
That's, yeah, that was, you know, the concern when we were putting this budget together, but very strong property tax collections, which was very encouraging.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next item, which is the Sustainability Task Force presentation.
Hold on 1 second. Anila, can you hear us? Anila?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm not sure you can. I'm gonna start my video. Hi everybody. I know it's 9:30 at night, so I'm gonna whip through this one. I asked Jen to share a few slides, and then Larry called me to say that I should be really follow the adage, brevity is the soul of wit, and so I'm going to be extremely short. We are a climate smart community, and I'm hoping that we can be a clean energy community. So I've asked Jen to share some slides, but Jen, do you want to just whip through it, or should I?
Did you email it to me?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
But you know what? If you allow me to share, actually, you know, let's just improvise, because you guys have been so tired and I've seen so many slide presentations. I'm just going to be extremely short, and I'm going to tell you that Dobbs Ferry was a clean energy community in 2017. We were very successful in doing so, and you know, under the leadership of my former chair, Nina Orville, and the Mayor Canet, we got a clean energy community designation, and we got some grant funding for the Embassy Community Center. Now we have a new opportunity. There's going to be a leadership grant cycle that's going to be announced. It's imminent. So we need to be prepared, and we need to update our clean energy community actions. So clean energy community actions in Dobbs Ferry included things like LED streetlights and clean fleets and, you know, energy, the climate smart community certification, the community choice aggregation thing that you just did with Sustainable Westchester that you're going to hear about. So we want to continue this. And with that in mind, I had prepared a nice slide presentation, which I will email to you and not bother you with it. Because it is 9:30 and I want to be very sort of impactful with my time. I have two people waiting to speak to you and to share their expertise. One of them is with NYSERDA, and Jen, maybe you will see him. His name is Mike DeWine. So what I wanted to share with you is that there's a new leadership grant cycle to be rolled out. We want to be as competitive as we were before. It is going to be a point system. And we're not quite sure what the clean energy actions are going to be, but we do know one thing. The New York Stretch Energy Code is going to count. And our neighboring village, Hastings, did us a favor by actually passing this resolution. And NYSERDA did a presentation for them. So we've reached out to NYSERDA, and they have a very succinct and clean sort of type presentation for you guys. And I've also shared with you in your board packet some background information. So as you know, you guys took away one of our leading stars in sustainability, Elisa. So we're hobbling along in the sustainability task force without her. So we're hoping that you guys will give NYSERDA a good hear. And there are two laws that are critical that I would like to propose. One is the Energized Finance, and which the town of Greenberg already passed. And I have also waiting in the wings for you to hear from Sarah Smiley. So technically the town of Greenberg's already passed this law. So as an incorporated village, it would cover us, but it helps with the clean energy community designation if we pass this resolution. So that's an easy lift. I want you to hear now from NYSERDA. So I'm sorry you couldn't see my fun presentation, but I'm hoping you will benefit much more from hearing from NYSERDA. Thank you. Larry, was I short enough? 4 minutes.
Thank you.
If it's possible, I'd like to have Mike go through, and Mike has been given the warning as well that he needs to be brief. And thank you to Mike and Sarah. Mike, go ahead.
You're on mute.
I'm wondering how long people spend in the age of COVID telling other people that they should need to unmute themselves. Mike, I'm about to call you. You got to unmute. Anyway, maybe we can ask Sarah to speak briefly.
No, I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted. Just some weird stuff going on with bandwidth, I think, but here we are, and you should be able to see my screen now. Or there might be a slight lag. Are you folks hearing me?
Yes, we are.
And are you seeing the slide deck now?
No.
No.
Okay. One moment. I'll try to figure out why not. There you should have it now.
Yes.
Yes.
And I will attempt to get it to full screen. Some kind of weird, you should have full screen now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to know what you all are doing in my bedroom. But anyway, and I won't get to many introduction screens and all of that. We know the New York Stretch Energy Code saves us energy, but New York Stretch is an adoptable local energy code made possible by Article 11 of the Energy Law. It's an exact overlay of the 2020 Energy Code of New York State, the current energy code. So it's easy to adopt and use for the code department particularly. And you know, you can read the rest of this. Many benefits to communities. The savings are significant. The paybacks are really good. And it has good impacts on the local economy in that, you know, energy saved in the community stays in the community. And there are significant job creation opportunities with the adoption of this energy code as well. And of course, all of the listed non-energy benefits here, including improving the housing stock, enabling some new systems for code officials to use, even though the code works just like the existing energy code, the numbers are just a little bit different. Savings are really good, 7.5% savings. The incremental cost on the commercial side is around an average of $1 a square foot. And it has a simple payback of around 10 years, actually meeting the statutory requirement of the base energy code. Lots of communities are interested. We're working with quite a few. Down your way, of course, Beacon has adopted, Hastings-on-Hudson has adopted, and there's another half dozen working that way. We're also speaking with the largest cities in Westchester who are in the process of considering as well. There's lots of resources. I'll tell you, Ed, particularly the side-by-side comparison of what is different will be useful to you. We give you template legislation, so that work is done. There will be a single volume code manual that looks just like the current energy code with the New York Stretch overlaid on it. There's lots of training coming. There will be a res check and com check tools from USDOE. I know that the code officials there see that in a lot of their energy code submittals. Frequently asked questions document, and then lots of help from me, one of the outreach or I should say circuit riders, and the outreach coordinators from the CEC staff. So we did have one of our successful adoptions in Beacon. Essentially, this is the flow that followed. We worked with the city code enforcement officials, and they were very comfortable with the adoption. You know, within a short period of time, they had it fully adopted and are implementing it. So again, to keep it short, here is where that basic material is. There is the general code address at NYSERDA. Mike DeWine is available at that number and that email. And of course, your Clean Energy Community Coordinator, Carla Castillo, is also available to discuss this too. With that, I'll just cut this short now. I offer to you to spend as much time as you want with me or with Marilyn Dare, who's also on the line, to better understand this New York stretch code. Ed, if you or your staff want to talk about the code technical materials in greater detail, again, my time is your time. And I appreciate you folks being leaders on the climate smart community, and hope you can get there on the clean energy community end too. So if you have any quick questions, that's fine. But you know my location. You can contact me anytime, and we can talk about it. Any quick questions?
Yeah, Mike, did you say that the stretch has written the code over the regular New York State Energy Code or the ICC Energy Code? So it's in the same book?
No, there will be a book that contains both, and the New York stretch will be added to it as an overlay. So essentially, you'll be able to pick up that book, and the way you use it for the current base New York State Energy Code that was adopted in March, you will see it and then have the stretch code laid over it so that you're familiar with where everything lands. It's designed and it's developed to act just like the existing New York State Energy Code in terms of ease of use and such.
Right, so it's not like the past amendments where you got to go from one book to another. So
oh God, no. And the supplements you folks had to deal with.
Right, that's great.
Yeah, and so we've got that going, and there's a lot of advantages to it. It will also enable you to take advantage of some of the compliance paths that enable what are essentially third-party compliance agents to do some of the work for you, and that could be very handy for your usage as well. So if you want to talk about it more, like I said, Ed, if you want to get one of your lead guys or get all your guys together on the codes department.
Yeah, I'm going to give
a little bit.
I'm going to give your contact to my team. And
sure.
Contact you.
And we did spin along this presentation, so.
We all saw your presentation for New York State continuing education credits. It was very good. Thank you.
I'm glad you liked it. And I think we've met either at Tri-County or at Westchester Ninsbach, but I'm not sure.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. So again, I'm honored to work with you guys and gals, and let me know how we can help you.
I appreciate you making the presentation. I think it's a worthy project. And Mike, can you just tell us what is your title at NYSERDA?
I am not at NYSERDA. That was actually not quite correct. I'm a contractor for NYSERDA. My company is North Branch Services. I also work for an engineering firm. But so I'm a contractor as a circuit rider for the New York Stretch program, which tags along with the Clean Energy Communities program and the NYSERDA code group, where much of the training for energy code and much of the technical support comes from, in addition to New York State Department of State.
Okay.
So
That makes sense?
Mayor, we also have Marilyn Dare, who is the NYSERDA representative. Is that correct, Mike? We have Marilyn Dare as well. And we also, we have also Sarah Smiley, who I asked to join. She was going to speak to the issue of energized finance. But I understand that now it's 9:46, and we had taken our 10-minute slot. And you still have to hear from the community choice aggregation crew, and you have a lot to go ahead. So what I would like to propose is
I'd like to hear 1 minute from Sarah. What is Energize Finance? And just, a minute or two.
Thank you. Sarah, are you still here? I think.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I'm Sarah Smiley. I'm Director of Member Services for Energy Improvement Corporation, or EIC. EIC is a nonprofit local development corporation that administers PACE financing, and that stands for Property Assessed Clean Energy. And we do that on behalf of our member municipalities. So our members are municipalities that have opted into this PACE finance program through adoption of a local law and signing a municipal agreement with EIC to administer the program. And we launched a new program in April of 2019 that allows municipalities to offer the public benefit of PACE financing without taking on any administrative burden or financial risk. That program is called Open CPACE, which is what I'm talking about this evening. To give you a bit of background on PACE financing, it's an alternative form of capital used by commercial and nonprofit building owners to fund energy efficiency and renewable energy systems. And PACE can be used for up to 100% of the cost of the energy project. And it's repaid at a fixed rate over a term that can match the expected life of the improvements, which is generally in the range of 20 to 30 years. So paying off the financing over such a long term with competitive rates that are offered enables building owners to afford significant energy retrofits, or in the case of new construction, using higher levels of energy efficiency or renewable energy. So that reduces their operating expenses, and it provides an environmental benefit to the community through reduced emissions. PACE financing is a public benefit authorized by state law, which enables municipalities to secure repayment of the financing through a special assessment lien on the improved property. The program.
Can you make that a little clearer again? Could you just repeat what you just said? It's a public.
Sure. So Article 5L of the New York State General Municipal Law established that municipalities fulfill an important public purpose by providing financing for energy efficiency measures or renewable energy, because they recognize that access to capital is a major hurdle in making these types of improvements to the building stock. And so municipalities can offer this financing and secure it through a lien on the property that runs with the property, not the property owner. So that allows the financing to be repaid over a very long term that can match the life of the improvement itself.
Okay.
In our program, Open CPACE, separated the PACE lien that's placed on the property from municipal taxes. So we've taken it off the tax bill, which allows EIC to bill the property owner directly. And it also allowed us to subordinate the PACE lien to municipal taxes. So that makes it easier for municipalities to participate, because they don't have the administrative effort of billing the property owner, and they have no responsibility for guaranteeing payment from the property owner. And so the PACE lien is junior to municipal taxes, and it is senior though to non-municipal liens. So if there's a mortgage on the property, we would require a lender consent before approving the financing. And the capital itself is provided by one of our participating capital providers. We have 11 so far in the program. And the program is called Open CPACE because it's an open market competitive program. And property owners would apply directly to one of those capital providers who submits the application to EIC for review. And as program administrator, EIC confirms that the property is eligible and that the project complies with NYSERDA's commercial PACE guidelines. And then once approved and the property owner executes a finance agreement with the capital provider, EIC would record the lien on the land records for the property. And we do that on behalf of the municipality that's sponsoring the program. So in the case of, so the program has been designed so that it doesn't interfere with the municipality's tax collection process. And if the property owner is delinquent on an annual PACE payment, it would be up to the capital provider to enforce that lien. And they have to follow the same process and timeline of foreclosure that the municipality would follow. And they first would have to pay off any delinquent taxes that are owed on the property. So I went through that pretty quickly to not take up too much of your time.
And you said, what other local communities have done this?
Well, the town of Greenberg has opted in. The village of Hastings, within Westchester. So we operate this statewide, but in Westchester, town of Harrison, city of White Plains, city of Yonkers, town of Yorktown, town of Bedford, town of Mount Kisco.
Okay, a lot.
A lot.
Good, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's something that we will have to look at closer. Yes, Laura Lee.
Can you, Ms. Smiley, can you confirm that this program is available to the Village of Dobbs Ferry, even if they're not an independent assessing unit and they have consolidated those actions with the town of Greenberg? Is it available if you're not an assessing unit?
So it depends on whether or not the village can create and enforce a tax lien. So the way we did it with the Village of Hastings, which first brought up this issue, because they showed us they do have that authority, even though they're not assessing the value of the property. So it's really about the tax lien enforcement, not the value assessment.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor, I sent documentation to all of you so you could review ahead of time or later and whenever you have some time, the laws that Hastings had done in relation to energized finance, as well as the New York stretch code. So just as a reference point for you as we go ahead in our discussions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I certainly think it's a valuable program. I think both are very interesting and very, we have people come to us, and I think there are times when we wish we could impose upon them higher standards to environmental standards, and we don't. So I think this would be a good avenue to maybe do that. So it's very interesting, and I think we should talk about it and take it up at a later date. Any other comments from the board?
I would just ask if we would want to consider setting a public hearing to discuss the stretch code, which I think would require a public hearing before being adopted, and that we should take comments from the community and from builders, developers, and architects and others.
Yeah, that's number 7 on the agenda. So.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Thank you to all of you for your leadership on Climate Smart, and in advance for your leadership in clean energies communities, helping us work together. And thank you to Sarah and Marilyn and Mike for staying up late. We certainly appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to Sustainable Westchester contract bid results. Is there anybody here to speak on that?
Jasmine Graham.
Yes, yes, she just raised her hand. Hold on one second. Jasmine, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Welcome, Jasmine.
Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'm gonna make this quick because it's almost past my bedtime.
We're hanging in there.
It was some really interesting stuff. I was surprised how into it I got. I was really paying attention with Rivertown Square.
We're only halfway through, so you can stay for the rest.
All right. I might fall asleep on you, but at least my computer will be open. So I'm Jasmine Graham. I'm the program manager of Westchester Power. Westchester Power is the community energy program that Sustainable Westchester administers. Sustainable Westchester is a nonprofit based out of Mount Kisco. We've got 27 municipalities in the program, 24 of which are on the green supply, Dobbs Ferry included. That number is actually going to go up to 25 because Greenberg just switched to green as well. And that makes up about 115,000 residents and small businesses. But today I'm just going to go over the bid results. So we use this reverse bidding software where suppliers were able to blindly bid against each other for our supply options. And so we actually ran 14 auctions in one day. So it was much like today, a very long Zoom day. And we did back-to-back auctions. And so Constellation was the winning bidder. They're currently the supplier. So there's going to be no change on that side. You'll still see Constellation on your bill. We went with an 18-month contract. There was a nice balance between a low price, but also locking us in for a good amount of time and getting past some of the uncertainty in the market. And so the standard rate will now be 6.749 cents per kilowatt hour. That's for a standard residential customer. And that is about a cent lower than where we currently are. And then for the green supply, which is what most customers will be on, it'll be 7.405 cents, which is also about a half a cent reduction from our current rate of 7.96 cents, which is really great. And then we were able to get even lower rates on the commercial side. Right now, residential and small commercial accounts have the exact same rate, either 7.71 for standard or 7.96 for green. But because of COVID, the demand is really down for commercial accounts. And so we've actually seen those prices go down. So a commercial standard supply would be 6.445 cents per kilowatt hour. And on the green side, 7.1 cents. And again, all of this is still with Constellation and for 18 months. So just as with before, every eligible resident will receive a notification letter. Those will be sent out on November 4th. We're giving them about 5 days to get there. Usually it would be 3 or 4, but we're going to give it 5 this time. And so there's going to be a 30-day opt-out period in which people can leave the program if they don't want to be in it. If you opt out during that 30-day period, then you're never enrolled in the new contract, but you can opt out at any point thereafter. This is what the outside of the envelope is going to look like. So it'll say information regarding Dobbs Ferry's Community Choice Aggregation Electricity Program, long wording, but it does have this, please do not discard official notification. We really want people to know that this is an official mailing, and so it'll also have the village seal on it. As I mentioned before, residents can opt out at any time with no penalty. They can do so by sending back the postcard that comes in the notification letter. You can also give our office a call, 914-242-4725. And you can go on the website, sustainablewestchester.org/WP for Westchester Power. And as I mentioned before, you can leave at any time. There's no termination fees, no cancellation fees. You can leave, you can come back, you can do all the above. And if you've already opted out of the program, then you won't receive another letter. You won't have to opt out again, but you still have the option to opt in if you would like to. And as always, we try to keep our outreach and education at the forefront of what we do. So we do have social media and we've been really active on it. We've got Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. for Sustainable Westchester. And we have a new YouTube channel, Sustainable Westchester Media, where people can actually view videos, a program overview. Dan Welsh, program director, narrates it. It's really cool. And then we've got frequently asked questions, how to read your Con Ed bill, and what is green energy. So I do encourage people to check that out if they have more questions, or as always, they can give our office a call. And we're happy to get on Zoom and do any kind of information session if you'd like. We've done it in the past, and I think people are starting to get a little sick of Zoom. The attendance has been down at meetings recently, but we're happy to teach people how to read their bill or explain the way clean energy works, anything like that. So just let us know. Questions, comments? I'm here to help.
A comment, Elisa, can we get a copy of that envelope in one of our newsletters so that people know that it's not the junk mail version of all of these envelopes we get about clean energy? And it's so hard to keep track of which is which. So it'd be great to spread that information out.
Okay.
Yeah, and in NYSEG community renewed a month before Con Ed, NYSEG communities. And so we actually did send out a package of information to the boards and also to some of the sustainability groups so that they could push out information. So I'm sure we'll be doing the same for Con Ed. You can expect, frequently asked questions, et cetera, to be provided.
Okay, great. Appreciate it. Yeah, and I think it's important that people do realize, because we do get mail all the time with these other options available. So thank you for that. And sounds good.
Thank you so much for having me. Good luck with the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, let's move to courtesy of the floor. And for those of you who are going to speak, we're definitely keeping to a 3-minute hard time. So if you have anything to say, please do it in 3 minutes.
Vicky, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to offer you first opportunity to stand up and sing a song of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, because you guys deserve a 7th inning stretch. Lori Lee, I can't hear you.
Could you please introduce yourself for the purposes of our audience?
Of course I will.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Vicki Jones. I'm appearing for you tonight on behalf of Friends of the Dobbs Ferry Library. Our annual meeting will be held this Saturday via Zoom. The information is on our website. Many of you have already received the notice via email or a hard copy letter if we did not have your email address. Tonight I'm here to ask the board and tell them about an exciting new program. During the estate sale for Russo, I met Ann Sousa. Ann Sousa is a Dobbs Ferry resident for many years, and she's volunteered to lead a program for the library, Mary's Memory. Mary was an avid knitter and crocheter, as well as a quilter. So Ann would like to have a program, and we actually started it last week, of getting people, residents in the community, to knit or crochet scarves between now and November 14th. And what we would like to do is ask the village for permission to take these scarves, put them in plastic, and wrap them on the trees of Cedar and Main Street for the weekend before Thanksgiving, which would be November 21st and November 22nd. And we would like people that need a scarf to take a scarf. And then what we would do is we would pick the scarves on Sunday, probably at 5 o'clock before it got dark. And we want to donate them to both the food bank, the food pantry in Dobbs Ferry, and to Midnight Run. So I think because we want to tie something to the tree, we might have to ask your permission.
Yeah, well, in theory, it sounds great. You could work it out with Ed or Steve Trezor and Jen, and it's fine. Maybe we can come up with some other way if it can't be tied to a tree, but sure, it sounds great. Like a worthy, very worthy cause.
Thank you very much, Fanny. And thank you all for your incredible support. I am finally going off the board, so hooray, hooray. I will be President Emeritus and Mary McInerney will take over. So have a wonderful evening, and I hate to tell you, I will not be staying for the rest. But it was a pleasure seeing you all, especially Patty. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, we have one more. Mark, can you hear us?
Unmute. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to board. I appreciate how late it's gotten. I've been sitting here since 6:30. I guess it was fascinating to learn so much what goes on, but I never imagined it would be 3.5 hours, and I imagine you'd have another half hour to finish up your other business.
Mark, can you tell us your name? Mark, we need your name and your address.
Sure. My name is Mark Prisament. My wife and I own the property at 68 Belden Avenue in Dobbs Ferry, although my son is living there right now. We live in Briarcliff Manor, New York. I appreciate the board hearing me. And what I would like to just ask the board to think about, and I'll go through real quickly, is how does the village provide appropriate oversight and make sure the use of escrow funds under their control are being handled properly and prudently? And I'll go into this, and give me 2 minutes. I promise I'll keep it short, give you a little background, and then if you want questions or discussion or take it up at a later time, whatever's best. Some of you on the board are aware, certainly Ed is, and Donna was, that we had a property at 68 Belden Avenue. We bought that property over 40 years ago. My wife and I are longtime residents of the village. We met in Dobbs Ferry High School 50 plus years ago. My grandson who lives in Dobbs Ferry is the 5th generation Dobbs Ferryite. My wife was born and raised here. So we've been around Dobbs for a while. When we bought the house, it was a house on one side. It was a lot that had 2 lots, actually, had 2 lot designations, an empty lot and the other one with the house. We don't have to go in all that. Our plan was always in a retirement mode to build something for ourselves and be able to have the other side, perhaps for our family or rental income. We went ahead and made an application, and last year we got to the Zoning Board of Appeals. After 2 meetings with them, we were successful in getting the variances needed to move forward, and if you will, split the lot back to the original 2 50-foot lots that it was originally set up for, and the other variances needed because of zoning changes and things of that nature. We then went to the planning board in early 2020. We actually attended our first meeting of the planning board pre-submission conference on March 5th. And as part of that, we submitted obviously all the documents requested of us by the villages that the village required, and including a $1,500 amount that was sent in as an escrow deposit to Jeff, I believe his name was on the top of the form, to be held. It referenced, said for engineering services, and but nothing else, but it was one of the requirements. We provided that. At the initial meeting in March, the planning board told us all our documents were fine. I assumed the building department had reviewed all them. And the only questions that came up were very simply, there were questions about a sidewalk in the front of the property, and also parking and how much parking we may or may not have off of Belden versus maybe using South Lane. We said we would reconsider and come back to the board, and they wanted a couple diagrams, and we said we'd come back because of COVID. There was no April meeting. We were unable to make the May meeting because of COVID and get documents in time. So we attended the June meeting. Right before that June meeting, we were found out, it was never sent to me or my wife personally, but we were sent a letter from a Han engineering firm. We got it sort of circuitously. It went first to one person and then to another person, ultimately to the builder we were going to use, who then a week later shared, said, "Do you aware of this?" And it raised questions, but in that report, it very clearly stated that this memo that they called it which was done at behalf of the village to review, I guess, our application, was not engineering in nature. And they reiterated all the things that, some of the things that had come up at the zoning board and were in the public record, and reiterated some of the things, the exact things that were said at the March meeting by the planning board to us. When I said, is there any technical issues at this point? No, and at this point, everything's draft. So, you know, nothing was new or really provided in there. They had questions which we responded to. Most of it is on the more technical nature, you know, like drainage, we know, and certainly Ed is very aware, you know, we have to make sure we have proper drainage and deal with the slope and retaining walls and things of that nature. But none of our plans were final. We were still in pre-submission. We couldn't finalize any of that until we made sure the planning board told us we were okay to move forward and how large the driveway should be and where we would need to put things.
Mark, I just want to make
okay, but
Mark, you sent a letter to us.
Yes, I gave you a letter, but I don't think anyone probably had a chance to read it or
Right,
see it, and I didn't get confirmation.
Let me just
I read the letter.
Mark, let me just say this. So you are saying that you've spent $1,500 in escrow and you've only received back $76.50. Is that the crux of your complaint?
The crux of my complaint is personally, yes, that you spent $1,425 of my funds with an engineering firm that provided no added value, no oversight, and even if you agree that the work they did in creating this memo did not represent what is on their invoices and bills. The bigger question is, as a village, you take escrow funds from people. Escrow means that there's a legal liability to be prudent with those funds. If you're buying a house and put escrow with an attorney, they can't just go out and spend it how they want. They have to spend it. There was no oversight on what was being done or what was being spent. To tell us what had already been told to us by the village boards, or could have been told to us by the building department. This is when the COVID crisis would have us worse. You had 3 full-time building inspectors sitting in the office who could have, over the 3 months that we went from the original meeting in March that we went back into.
Okay, Mark, I just want to get to the crux of it. So we will look into this very quickly. I just want to know if Ed could shed any light on this.
I cannot. This is the first I'm hearing of it. We will take a look at Han's bill. What Han Engineering does for the village is review engineering on projects before the planning board like this, and their planner advises the planning board, and they bill towards the escrow accounts for those projects.
Okay, Ed, you saw the 3-page letter that Han sent. In your professional opinion, that one 3-page letter was worth $1,425. I will agree it's 3 or 4 hours worth of work. I worked with consulting companies. I mean, but there was no oversight. They billed me to come to my house and do an inspection and didn't even tell me they were there. They billed me to attend the planning board meetings. I had to pay for Han Engineering to go to a planning board meeting that I didn't even know that.
I'm going to put you on mute, Mark, because I just want to let you know we will review this. We will take a closer look at the situation. We want to make sure that everyone is treated fairly. So I am asking Ed and Laura Lee to review the situation, and we will let you know. And certainly you have an option of coming to the next meeting if you're not satisfied or don't receive a response by then. But in the meantime, there's no point in going on about this, and we will review the situation. So thank you. Is there anybody else for courtesy of the floor? No. Okay, so let's move on to the action items. Number 1 is Mayor Rosillo is to announce appointments to the Ad Hoc Human Rights Diversity Committee. At this particular time, I'm not ready to announce all of the members of the committee. I have spoken to many people. I'm reviewing still many of the applications. There's been a lot of interest in it, a lot of great people, a lot of very qualified people from both long-term residents, short-term residents, people who've had all types of experiences. So I'm still in the process of going through this, and I hope certainly within before the next meeting to announce the formation of the board, the committee, and the format is when the first meeting will take place. So we'll go forward from there. And I want to thank everyone for their interest, expressing interest. Action item number 2 is discussion of request to extend the Parklet program. As everyone knows that we've implemented this program, it goes to October 30th. We've received a request from a number of the businesses to extend it beyond that date. I know a lot of the interest depends on the feasibility with regard to weather and heaters, but I'm inclined to certainly extend the program. We do want the restaurants to succeed as much as possible. And I'm thinking we extend it to the end of November, and I'd just like to hear everybody else's thoughts.
I agree. The longer we can extend it, the better for all those businesses. And as long as people are willing to dine outside, and I know there's implications or there's reasons that we can't have them all throughout the winter, besides the fact that people might be completely freezing when they're eating. But I think the longer we can do it, the better.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we extend the Parklet program to November. What would be a good date, Ed? November 30th or?
The 29th, I thought we agreed on.
November 29th.
It's Monday after Thanksgiving weekend.
Okay. So we have a resolution where we've used for the other resolution. So I will ask Laura Lee just to modify that a bit.
Okay.
To November 29th. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, you're gonna ask for a motion to revise the resolution passed on June 23rd, establishing the pilot program for parklets to expire with a new expiration date, not to exceed the 29th of November. So the motion is to revise a resolution passed on June 23rd.
Okay, is there a motion to revise?
What she said.
The resolution that was passed on June 23rd, 2020, not to exceed past November 29th, 20. Is there a motion? Trustee Sullivan, second, Trustee Taylor. Any discussion? Donna, you were saying something?
You're muted.
Good grief. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, just quickly, we had some discussions about payments and village option to take them away if the weather drops because of freezing issues. Does that need to be in the resolution or not?
I would think if it's a term and condition of it, we should make it part of the resolution, but I would defer to Laura Lee.
Yeah, I think you had, you can confirm with Elisa, but I believe you had rules. Everything was subject to a standalone rules document. And so the rules can be amended as you see fit. And you should make the parklet program, again, conditioned upon compliance with the rules as set forth in that document. And I can work with Elise, I'm sorry, my niece is Alyssa, and I can work with Elisa to be sure that you include the condition having to do with removal of trash and debris, because there were concerns by some local residents that the streets were being prohibited from being cleaned appropriately. So I can work on that language with her.
You also want to make sure that people who, I guess, are paid up, because there may be some people who are in arrears. So yes, that could be conditioned on that as well.
Okay.
And
I think one issue that's important also, and then I think the extension, this extension is not licensed to either enclose spaces through, four-sided tents or to heat spaces with temporary measures. I think those things have to be, anything along those lines has to go through the building department at a minimum.
Yes, correct. And I think they have been going through you so far. Have they, Ed?
Yes, all site plans should go through the building department, and any changes that they would like to make for temporary heaters should be approved by the building department. There is also will be a requirement for the holders of the parklets to remove any snow from the spaces on either side of their parklet, because the plows will not be able to get in there. They'll have to make a wide swing around them, leaving snow in the space adjoining spaces.
Okay, we've had the motion, we've had the second. We've had
Mayor, I'm sorry, we have two people with their hands raised. You
I
want to
don't-
take them now or after?
I don't think there's any public discussion
Okay.
regarding this. So, all in favor of the motion? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Action item number 3 is to consider a motion to approve the audit of claims as submitted and recommended by the village treasurer. Jeff?
The normal audit process, no comments unless you have some questions.
Any comments, any questions? Okay, is there a motion? Trustee Sullivan, is there a second? Trustee Taylor, any discussion? All in favor? That passes unanimously. Action item number 4 is to consider a request from village treasurer to establish a change drawer for the treasurer's office. Jeff?
Yeah, just looking to be able to establish a $50 change drawer to make change for, the various cash payments that come in through my office.
Is there a motion to establish a change drawer? Trustee Sullivan, second. Trustee Nell, all in favor? That passes unanimously. Okay, consider a motion to accept the revised hourly pay rate schedule for payroll starting September 28th, 2020. Is this you, Ed, or somebody else?
This is mostly from treasurer, me, and recreation. These are mostly part-time recreation employees, and we just need to get the salary rates that are on file equal to what the recreation department has actually been paying, as we noticed the discrepancy. So these salaries are proposed by the head of the recreation department and myself and Jeff.
So these salaries have been paid for the most part, and people have been receiving this salary already?
Yes.
Okay. And do they represent an increase in salaries, or we just?
Some of them do, some are unchanged.
Okay, and Jeff, you've reviewed this and it's in line
Yeah,
with?
I put it together. Yep.
Okay. Is there a motion? Trustee Patino, second. Trustee Nell, any discussion? All in favor? Okay, that passes unanimously. Action item number 6 is to consider a request from Kristen and Peter Connolly to have the 9th annual Riverkeeper Sweep at Waterfront Park on October 17th, 2020, from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And we do have an email that Liz forwarded to us explaining what was done and how they're going to maintain social distancing at this project. I think Donna, you and I did this last year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, this is done everywhere. It's co-sponsored by our CAB. And it is this Saturday. I do want to make a note that they are restricting the amount of people who can attend because of social distancing. And I believe there's a link. I don't know how we can get that link out to people to sign up for this.
Maybe we can, I don't know, Alyssa, can we do something with getting this out on our website?
Donna, if you send the link to me, I could put it on the website and send out an email blast, whatever.
It's in the letter.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve this request? Trustee Nell, second. Deputy Mayor Cassell, all in favor? And that is approved unanimously. Action item number 7 is to set a public hearing on October 27th, 2020 at 6:30 to discuss adoption of the New York Stretch Energy Code. We just had a presentation on it. So is there a motion to set a public hearing? Trustee Taylor, second. Trustee Sullivan, all in favor? That passes unanimously.
So I'll work with Liz on drafting, it's a local law that needs to be drafted to incorporate this, but it seems pretty straightforward that in the same way you adopted the New York State building and fire codes, we'll have to adopt this. So I'll work with Ed and Liz to get this in a local law, and we'll have to publish a notice.
Okay, thank you. Action item number 8 is a discussion and consideration of a resolution to adopt a policy of mandatory continuing education by the Board of Trustees. We have circulated a continuing education policy. I think we should discuss it, but I do think that now we have to recognize with more and more projects coming before us that we are taking on a lot of responsibility when it comes to the planning, what usually is the planning board purview, and they do have to undergo an continuing education program. So I think it would be to our benefit that we as a board resolve to undergo ongoing training. And there are a lot of issues, especially when it comes to development that we're not aware of. And I just think it will go a long way to develop, having projects move along, not only quicker, but in a more cogent way. So any other discussion regarding that?
Good idea.
Yeah, definitely a good idea.
Okay. So just
I make a motion of it. Oh, I don't have to make a motion.
So the motion is made by Trustee Nell. Is there a second?
There's a resolution. You're making a motion on the resolution.
You are. Is there a second?
Making a motion.
Deputy Mayor Cassell. I just want to just read the last couple of lines on it that it's resolved that the individual trustees shall provide documentation evidencing compliance with this policy to the village clerk by no later than the first day of November of each year. Now, obviously not this year. I think we're going to go with a total of 6 hours, if I'm correct, on this. And the resolution lays out that the 6 hours, I think 4 hours should be spent on zoning issues and the balance on general municipal type of issues, that so we can become familiar with how to become better trustees. So we had the motion, we had the second. All in favor? And that passes unanimously.
And I could just add, Vinnie, that, administration will pass along all of the opportunities that come to us from places like NICOM and those other places for online education.
Yeah, that's great. I know that you have in the past, and I know Laura Lee has as well in the past, so that's great if they keep that up. And I think for those of us that do need continuing education, I know the lawyers and maybe the architects among us or other licensed people can use some of these as credits for that. So that'll be good.
And just a reminder, Mr. Mayor, to your land use board members and the planning and zoning boards, that we're coming up on the end of the year, and since the training is mandatory under the state statute, it would be time for them to get their proof into the clerk's office in anticipation of any reappointments.
Yes, thank you. Action item number 9 is to consider a motion to accept the resignation of Mr. Chris Mantrasti as fire inspector effective Monday, October 5th. And as backup, we do have a letter of resignation from him. So is there a motion to accept the resignation? Trustee Sullivan, second. Trustee Nell, all in favor? That passes unanimously. I have to add a motion to the agenda, an item to the agenda. That will be action item number 10, which is a motion to approve a resolution which would approve payments to the Dobbs Ferry Volunteer Ambulance Corps. So as most of you know, the Dobbs Ferry Ambulance Corps has been in dire financial straits. The number of volunteers has dropped significantly, especially since the coronavirus situation. And in effect, they really have not been operating. We've had to rely almost exclusively on mutual aid, which comes from Irvington. The state has required us to come up with a plan to provide ambulance service to our community. Ed, Jeff, myself have met a number of times with the Dobbs Ferry Ambulance Corps. Ed's also been in contact with Greenberg. I've been in contact with Irvington and other communities to see what the solution is. For the time being, certainly for the next 3 months, the solution would be an infusion of money that they will need in order to meet their payroll. The resolution that I'm going to ask us to vote on would pay the ambulance corps $20,000 per month for the next 3 months in order to meet their payroll. As a result of that, we do have independent auditors who are auditing the books. Jeff will also have access to the ongoing financial situation. And if it turns out that they don't need the $20,000 in December or a number that's less than that, then certainly we won't pay the full $20,000. The goal is just to meet the payroll needs for the next 3 months, give us time to come up with a sufficient plan, for them to come up with a sufficient plan, increase their volunteers, and also increase the amount of donations that they receive from the community. So that's where we are with the ambulance corps. Are there any comments about this? Okay, so is there a motion regarding this issue? Trustee Patino, second. Deputy Mayor Cassell. And I just want to read the part of it is, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby authorizes financial support in an amount not to exceed $20,000 per month for the calendar months of October, November, and December 2020, providing that the Dobbs Ferry Ambulance Corps provides access to its financial records by a monthly submission to the village treasurer for his confirmation of the ongoing need for the supplemental funding. All in favor? That passes unanimously. I want to thank Laura Lee for preparing this in the last minute, so thank you. I also want to thank Jeff and Ed for their ongoing negotiations with this. It's been a long, tough haul, and I'm sure we have more to go on that. Minutes. Is there a motion to accept the minutes? Trustee Taylor, second. Trustee Nell, all in favor? That passes unanimously. It's 4, I think we're into 4 hours. So I'm willing to waive the trustee liaison reports and put it over for next meeting unless someone has an absolute burning desire to talk about it.
Just one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The CAB, I just want to remind people that the CAB is co-sponsoring a tree planting on Sunday at Chauncey Park from 10 to 1. If anybody's interested in doing that, Liz, there's a link that I can send you for people to volunteer, or they can contact me at trusteecassell@dobbsferry.com.
Could you say that again? So they are planting the trees based upon people donating money?
Yeah, no, they received a grant for trees, trees for trims. I think they're like 65 trees that they've been given by this grant. So it's costing us nothing.
Looking for people to help plant those trees.
Help plant the trees, yes.
Got it. In our new Chauncey Park.
In our new Chauncey Park, bring shovels, gloves, masks, water, tick spray,
Okay. Any other announcements? Okay, so
Liz has one.
go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly remind everybody, early voting is in the Village of Dobbs Ferry in the boardroom at Village Hall, beginning on October 24th, running through November 1st. The times are different each day, and they're posted on our website. And if anybody has any questions, they could call me, and I could hopefully answer any questions you have. Another issue, the census, they seem to change the deadline date almost daily, but currently it's we're still going with the end of October until we're told otherwise. Larry's saying no, but anyway, that's the latest I have on that. But our current response rate is 73.5, which is 4.4% above of the last response rate. So I thank everybody for that and encourage those who have not responded to respond to get that rate even higher. That's all I have. Thank you.
No, thank you, Liz, for your efforts on that because you've done a great job with that. So thank you. Just one other thing, can someone clarify for me, Halloween, we're not doing our usual Halloween thing downtown, is that correct?
Not the downtown street closures, trick or treating, but the rec department has organized a couple other events. I can't recall now, but if you go to the recreation department's Facebook page or the website, they have a flyer with them. I think they're still doing the window painting and a couple other social distancing. If you know Jeff or Liz, please share.
I've paid for paint, or we've paid for paint, so they'll be doing window painting, I believe.
Okay, that's great. And I know something about the camping out on Gould Park, and I think that's sold out in like 5 minutes or something like that.
I think there's still room for the mayor. By the way, the Supreme Court let the Trump administration's, they're letting him end the census 2 weeks early. It was supposed to be the end of October. That hit the tape like, I don't know, 3 o'clock this afternoon. So you could check the date, Liz, versus what you have, but it looks like an early shutdown of the census.
Unfortunate. Okay, having heard no further announcements, I'd like to take a motion to adjourn this meeting. Trustee Nell, second Trustee Taylor. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.